Gentlemen,
What's going on?
it's been a while.
I know.
Yes, it has.
What is going on? Anything good? Anything bad?
No, not too much. Just working on some new projects. That's got the Mach 1 that I'm working on, and I've got a 2011 Dodge Ram 3/4 ton that I'm working on. It's if my kids can stay out of the hospital, that is.
Good luck. We told our kids they're not allowed to go. So
Yeah.
We had one in the hospital last year for almost 5 weeks. So now they're just not allowed to go. You can't get bad enough to go.
You're not allowed to go to the hospital.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a scare on the weekend. She fell off a bridge and
fell off a bridge. Oh,
yeah,
that's rough.
And
okay, now
the only message I got was she's on her way to the hospital with possible spinal injuries. I'm like, what? That was the message I got. And the time I got there, I found it was a playground bridge. She landed on her head. She didn't hurt her back. She didn't hurt her neck, but she had a really bad concussion. So she's okay.
That could have been really bad.
Yeah, it could have been.
Could have been really bad.
Got lucky on that one.
Yeah.
Mr. Bryce, what's going on?
I love Bryce's new logo. Saw that he posted it the other day.
It's a little weird to remember him in that name right now.
That'll come. But as soon as I saw it, I was like, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of an adjustment.
Renegade.
I think Bryce is a little more of a legend than I am, so I don't know what he's talking about. Hey, Richie, Renegade.
The last time I talked to you, you were on your way back home, and I was watching that beautiful classic get salt all over it, and I was crying.
It all got washed off. It's good.
As long as you wash it down, it's fine.
That must have been so uncomfortable to drive in that car all that time.
It wasn't too bad because we upgraded the seats in it and stuff, but it did it did take a toll, that's for sure. Like, I mean, you're sitting, we were pushing pretty hard. It would have been great if we were just, we took our time. We had a week to get down there, a week to get back, a week to spend there, or something like that. But I mean, we were hammering hard. We were down there, and it took us 2 days to get down there. It's 2 days. That's 2,000 miles in 2 days. So
it's a lot.
That's the same story that you hear from all the guys that went. It was hell getting there, hell getting back, and then it was just beating the clock while you were there. There was no time for fun.
Yeah, pretty much that's what it was. That's why I'm looking forward to the No Name Nationals, because I'm flying down. I'm using someone else's car, and I'm going to have time to visit. So,
yeah. Now, where are they doing that? Where's that going to be?
That's in Sikeston, Missouri.
Well, I won't be there. What about you?
I'd have to push all my junk there. So,
yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. I'm trying to meet a September 9th deadline to get this car on the road so I can go to a car show.
Yeah, well, we got a little work going on the 67 that I got to rebuild the transmission in it, and because we took the transmission from that car, put it in his son's car, because his son has a daily driver, Fox body, that he needed. So I now have the transmission for his son's car, but that thing needs to be rebuilt. And if I want the car to go to a car show, then I got to rebuild the transmission. So,
well, if I make it to the car show, this will be my first car show that I've ever been entered into. I've never had a car on the road to go to one.
Yeah, so, no, I hear you, and that's the same with the 67. I've never really put my car. Well, I had my 99 Trans Am in a couple car shows, but it was a new car, so it's easy, right?
Yeah.
But never a classic. So it'd be nice to get this thing, even though it's Chris's car, it'd be nice to get it together, get it to a car show, get the name out there a little bit more, stuff like that.
Yeah. That's kind of my plan, is that I'm thinking about bringing a tablet and like mounting it to a board and putting it up so people can see my channel continually rolling while they're there. I don't know. Maybe some stickers. Just give a pile of stickers away.
I'd definitely give stickers away.
I'm still waiting for yours. I don't want to hear it.
Hey, I have envelopes right there.
Yeah, Bryce.
Stickers.
I have envelopes now. So it's getting close to sending them out. So
getting close. You're almost as bad as I was with the 1K stickers.
That's true.
What's going on, Tim? Tim, check your Facebook. I just added him today.
He sent me a thing a while back.
Yeah, I think I was reading something about that, Bryce, that you got new stickers on the way. You need to get some of you guys.
Automatically send. Dang. Yeah, I'm a little behind in the chat here.
Oh, there's Car Mob. Hey, Car Mob.
Car Mob! Here's Brittany.
Hey, Brittany.
Brittany looks like she's ready to go to the lake or something.
Was that Lori?
Got her little sundress on, having a good time.
I literally was so tired the last 2 days. There's been like very little sleep for me. So I went to work. This is what I wore to work. Because, you know, if you wear stuff that's sunshiny and happy at work, makes the clients feel better too. So I got this at Walmart, like $15 at Walmart. So I wore this today. We actually did go swim around in the river. I kind of just waited. And then I came home and I said, I'm taking a nap. That was at like 2:30.
It's 7.
Yeah.
I let her sleep. You messaged me and said, let's do a live. And I said, yeah, whatever. I'll let her sleep. Because we had her brother come up in an emergency with his vehicle the other night. And he's terrified of dogs. And we have 4. And our little puppy, when we went to bed, he was on the couch, wouldn't stop barking. Like, would not stop. Period. So he says, I'm going to go sleep in my car. But it didn't help. The dog was still freaking out.
Well, he still knew he was there.
She was up at 7. So, you know, was that like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning? She finally stopped. So she didn't get much sleep. And then last night, Bob and her followed him. I didn't like that. That was the camera falling. Followed him home in the car. So they didn't get home until about 3. So she's gotten like no sleep the last 2 nights.
Yeah. So.
No fun stuff.
And I didn't know he was doing it live. Otherwise, I would have changed out of my.
We didn't know we were doing a live until, what, 2 hours ago, right?
Yeah, maybe 2 hours ago.
I don't know. I just messaged you. I thought I'd saw something that said you were going to, hence why I asked.
I started a thing and everything. What's up, Turlo?
Torlo's Garage. Hello. See his stickers on his Jeep.
I haven't.
It's what I wanted to. It's kind of what I wanted to do with my handicap van. So I had to go check it out.
That was supposed to be the 18 van, remember?
Yeah, well, it's maybe the sold van. I hate that van. I absolutely hate it. I don't know that I've ever hated a vehicle that I personally owned this much.
I don't know. You hated quite a few of those ones that you were fixing.
Yeah, but I didn't own them. I mean, those were like to sell. But this one is my van. I mean, I own it. It's in my name. But I just do not like it. So I've been trying to come up with some sort of solution for a handicap van vehicle situation. And I've not come up with one yet. I considered buying like a early generation Suburban and actually raising the top on it and putting a lift in it. Just, you know, and then slamming it on the ground on air ride because it's, you know, it's what you do. So I don't know, but you know, no matter what, handicap vans are expensive. I don't care what they are. It doesn't matter if it's a handicap van. If it truly has a lift and everything in it, they're expensive. Yeah. And I just got this one for cheap and it works, but I hate it. So I'd like to do, you know, because like even on my channel, I've not done any custom stuff, like really custom stuff, but that's actually where I lie. I want to cut it up and make it make my stuff custom. So I really haven't done any of that on the channel because you got to have a place to do it. And, I don't really have that space here. I'm kind of limited. I am in my basement. So there's just so many limitations that you have when you sleep above the place you work. So it is what it is. But hopefully maybe later on we can, I'm going to build something crazy. Warthog handicap van. Torlo, that was kind of the idea. Yeah. But, it would have been cool. And I still may end up having to do something to it just to make me like it more, but we'll see. But it runs fine. I mean, for a van that I gave, $700 for, I have almost as much money in putting a drive shaft in as I do the whole damn van.
Do you see what
that
is? Exhibit will do it up.
Yeah, that's right. I would let him. That's fine.
So have you ever watched anything about those vehicles?
Oh, they were garbage.
Together they were put.
Yeah, they were garbage.
Let alone the amount of money that the recipient had to pay for vehicle.
Yeah.
Back.
So did you ever see the Tarish? Is that his name? He is a YouTuber.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Anyways, he bought one of the
I was looking at
vans.
I was looking at it. That thing, he bought it out of Boston, Mass.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
And I saw it online and I'm like, wow, that'd be cool to have. And a couple months later, it pops up with him, and I'm like, oh man.
It's exactly what I expected from what I've seen their work to be. But those vans are almost indestructible, those Dodge vans. So him getting it running again didn't surprise me either. I used to see them. Of course, you don't see them so much now. Most of them have been destroyed, but used to see them with 300,000 miles on them. I'm like, how could you ask for more out of a vehicle than that? So,
well, Bryce brought up my Trans Am, and I was kind of same thing when I bought that. I was a young kid at the time.
Yeah.
One of my first cars, and my impression of them is they were either rusted out or wrapped around a telephone pole. They weren't very good cars. And then I bought that one because it was a good price, and I've never looked back. I mean, it is awesome, Bryce, but they're coming up in value now, those things.
Yes. A friend of mine built a LS swapped 77 or 78. I'm not sure which. Black car, gold stripe, SE, package car, but the motor and trans have been gone for decades. But they built it, and this was like 4 years ago. I think they got like $45,000 out of it.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah,
they're just crazy to get a nice one now.
Yep. Well, mine was pretty nice before I got my hands on it, but that was 25 years ago. So.
It is what it is.
I blew the engine up 6 times in that car.
6 times.
6 times, yeah.
Yeah. I've had some Pontiac motors. I love them, but they have issues about turning high RPMs. They don't like it.
That's the thing about being a young guy with a hot car. That right foot, it liked the high RPMs. The car didn't.
Yeah. So, but they sound so good and they're so torquey.
Oh, yeah, they are so torquey.
I'd like to build I like big cars. I mean, I've always liked big cars, like Grand Prix. It's like 60s Grand Prix and stuff like that. I've been wanting to build a 63 Grand Prix with a 455, a built 455 in it for years.
Yeah, those are cool cars. Especially, you get the one with the tilt away seat and all that stuff. They're kind of cool.
250. Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. I'm not much on the swivel seats because they're so dangerous.
Yes,
the most dangerous thing they could have done to a car. Hey, let's make the seat swivel and just put a post right in the middle of it. It's like a 1.5-inch post.
But I mean, all the vans and the cars and all that stuff had it back then.
Oh yeah, it was very popular.
Yeah.
To me, that's like I can't imagine being much more unsafe. But I've driven some pretty unsafe stuff though. So
you got to remember when we grew up too, they had reverse seats in the station wagons.
Oh yeah, I rode many miles. Right? I've rode many miles watching out the back window.
Yeah,
and I always wanted to ride there, but like some of the other kids in the family, when they rode with us, couldn't
It's
ride back there, make them motion sick.
Yeah.
So it never bothered me, but so I was always up for it. But everybody else, some or a couple of them were like, I can't ride back there. It makes me sick. I was like, I get it. But
well, I remember that one episode of Roadkill or Roadkill Garage where they took their wagons out and tested them. And Freiberger was puking afterwards.
I mean, it's I mean, I can see how to mess with you.
Oh yeah.
But I was always good with it.
Yeah.
I like wagons too, but wagons are stupid expensive right now.
They're coming up. Like, I don't know what it is, but they're getting more and more popular. And even me, I'm like, it'd be nice to have a nice wagon. Like I had my Dodge Magnum for a while, but I'm talking a real old wagon.
There's a guy down the street from me that has a 57 Buick wagon.
Yeah.
And he had a 65 four-door. It's a Wildcat, I think, Buick Wildcat. I don't know. I'm not a big Buick guy. I don't know all their names, and they had like 500. So, but he had one of those, and he's traded it for this Buick station wagon. I can never catch him at home. If I ever see him at home, I'm just going to stop and knock on his door because, I don't care. But I want to see that car. I wouldn't mind having it in my life.
What about David? What about a handicap wagon?
You can't get a wheelchair in it. It's not tall enough.
It is if you raise it up.
I mean, it would be the average height of the back of a wagon is about 2.5 feet, and it needs to be about 5 or so. So you'd have to add like 2 or 3 feet to the top of it.
It could be very unique. What about a bus?
It would be very unique.
What about a pop-up tent in it?
What's that?
Just put a pop-up tent in your wagon.
Yeah. I'm not sure how that hold up in the wind. But I don't know. I've looked at it a lot of different. I like square body Suburbans, and I probably could cut one of those up and lift the roof on it and make it look okay. So that may be an option. I don't know. Or if I really had money, I'd just buy a new late model van and be done with it. So I don't mind them. But the van I have it's a 99 Dodge van. So they didn't drive good when they were new.
No.
They don't ride good. There's zero amenities. It's a box on wheels. So but
I drove one of my first jobs. It's pretty much the same thing. Just wasn't the handicap version, but it was the same and everything. I have very little in that thing, and I've considered just selling it and getting my money. I mean, I'll make money on this one. This because it is a handicap van, I'll make money on it. But I thought about just getting rid of it and trying to find something else. But I don't want to buy a new vehicle because I don't want a car payment. I haven't had a car payment in many, many years. And wait a little bit. They'll be almost giving cars away.
That is true. But I don't know. I just don't really I don't want a car payment. So I don't know. We'll see.
So I have a suggestion, but I don't know if that's something you could customize. So I know at my work, we actually have minivans, and they fit, I don't know how many wheelchairs, but I'm sure you could customize them to fit more than one wheelchair, but the entrance is actually a ramp that comes out of the trunk, and it goes
from the back. So I've looked at those too, and it goes all the way from the back basically up to the front seats.
Yeah.
I can get 2 wheelchairs in there, but I can't get 2 other people in there other than the driver. So there's 5 of us. So we've got 2 wheelchairs, a kid, mom and dad. So there's what's that?
Trailer hitch.
Trailer hitch. Put one of the kids on a trailer hitch.
Michael Edwards.
What?
I told my oldest I was just going to strap her to the roof with a rocking chair. But, she was actually pretty excited about that.
Some people will shoot him because
well, it's true, Renegade. Maybe I'll not give out free candy. It's probably a bad idea.
Probably
in a white van.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been wanting to build something weird with that, but I don't know. I haven't really made a decision, but that's probably pretty far down the road where I would build anything super custom because I need like someplace that's not. I don't live above it. Basically, you can't cut one apart the way I need to cut one apart and do all I need to do in the space I've got. So, I make the best out of what I got.
So my buddy that's been here helping me on the Falcon, the bodywork on it, he almost bought this car before I did, and he was telling me his plans. He says that it needs to be low, which I agree, and chop the roof. And I'm like, oh my God, I need to do this now.
I wouldn't chop it.
You imagine me with a Sawzall?
I can.
The delivery.
I can imagine you with one. I don't know of the end result, though.
I can tell you it wouldn't be good. It'd be a lot of fun trying.
Yeah.
So I have a weird thing about chopping tops on cars. You have to get the proportions right.
Oh yeah, that's
a great way to make it wrong.
If that,
and I actually think those things look like the roof height looks pretty good in them. So, but maybe. I would think low on like a set of even 16-inch wheels would look great.
Yeah, I just bought 14-inch wheels, which originally those come with 13s, but I'm taking the 14-inch rims from the Mustang, and that wasn't so bad price wise, but I was still pretty surprised for 14-inch wheels, almost $300.
Yeah. Yeah. You probably could have actually 5-lug swapped the thing and picked up something around your house that already had 5 lugs and been fine.
Yeah, so
the same money.
I had I have the same exact setup. It's a Mustang is all the thing is. And I have a Willwood conversion kit for the front and a 5-lug GT rear end that I could have thrown in it. But I'd be screwed.
Then you don't have it for the Mustang.
Yeah, then I wouldn't have it for the Mustang. Yeah. The Mustang is the one that's going to be getting all the fun parts.
Yeah.
That's going to get the shiny paint and all that crap. This one's going to get all the... I just want to drive it. I don't really care.
Yeah.
It has all the fun bits in it, at least right now. That might change later on.
I would just 5-lug swap it just because you can get better. I mean, just because the wheel selection's large, right? And I just leave it.
I think it's 5 on
disc brake, rear drum would be fine.
Yeah, 5 on 4.5, which equals up to a lot of different ones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and you can find those wheels used, in that lug pattern. That 4-lug pattern, you can't find those wheels. They don't make them.
It's a Honda Civic.
Is it now? Oh, well, when we were looking for them would have been back in the early 90s, about 91, 92. So when my brother had his Ranchero, we had a hell of a time finding wheels.
What are those 4 on 110? Is that right, Mongrel?
I don't remember. But
I don't know. I don't deal with. If I convert everything to a 5-lug, if I see 4, it goes to a 5.
Yeah.
It's whatever a Honda Civic is. The general, I think it's 4 on 110 or 113. I can't remember, but those are a dime a dozen anywhere. I think I actually have some outside.
So we wanted to put. We did the swap on my brother's to 5-lug. That already swapped. So when we got it, somebody had swapped the rear end in it already, but they didn't do the front. So we found somebody that was doing an brake upgrade on their Mustang, and he gave us all the stuff to swap the front, except the spindles. We had to get a set of spindles, which is no big, or not spindles, but yes, rotors were gone. But, no big deal. The rest of it was there. So we got that stuff from him and put it all in and swapped it over. And we were looking, now this was in the 90s, we were looking for some of the Ranger wheels at the time because I think they would look good on it. But, like it looked like a flower to me. I don't know.
They got the fins in them.
Yeah, but we were looking for a set of those. Of course, they were still fairly new, so they were kind of hard to come by. We never found any. He just ran a set of Steelies and poverty caps back when nobody was running that, but we thought it was cool. We thought it was cool when everybody else was like throwing steel wheels away. We were still running them, but because it was always broke. You do what you could afford. So
well, exactly.
I never had a set of rims on my car up until I think my F-150. The only reason that got a set of rims is because I got another 150 that had a whole bunch of crap on it that I wanted, and then I ripped it off and sold the whole truck.
Yeah.
I
First set
have
I ever aftermarket wheels I ever bought was for my Escalade, and that was 5 years ago.
I don't think I've ever bought a set of aftermarket wheels.
I have. I'm picky about wheels, though. I am picky about them. Sometimes I buy them and I don't like them even after I get them. So,
Hey, you
the
still
ones
have
that are on the IROC, if it was up to me, I'd pull them back off. But I can't find anything I like better. So it's one of those deals where it's like it's the best I can do for what I got. I don't like looking like everybody else either. So there's plenty of people that run a particular kind of Corvette wheel, and lots of people love them, and they're fine. But I don't look like everybody else. I want to be different. There's only one other guy that has these wheels that I know of on his third gen Camaro. Period. There's only one other guy. So, and he's got a fortune in his car though. So, but his is pretty awesome. But it's just me and him. So I like being able to pull up. Of course, don't pull up anywhere yet because it still got issues. But I like to be able to pull up and not look like everybody else.
Yeah, that's the problem I've got with a Renegade. Is there's two things I've never spent a lot of money on, and that's a stereo system and wheels. It's I have a hard time justifying it, and that I've never had to really. I mean, everything works fine as is. So
yeah.
And some of the other stuff that I have bought had a set of aftermarket wheels on it or whatever, so just leave them, right?
Yeah. Well, the IROC, I went to put the wheels back on it, and they wouldn't fit. So after I changed the brakes, so we wouldn't clear the calipers, wouldn't even come close. So
yeah.
Then I bought a set of wheels, and they didn't clear either.
No, just to be clear, don't get me wrong. I do appreciate a nice set of wheels because they can change the whole look of a car.
Yeah.
And if you got the money, and go for it, man. But I never have had the money, so it's just not something I put my money into.
Yeah. Oh, I get that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. When I was building this car, when I bought those wheels, I didn't expect to be spending nearly as much as I've got in this car on this car. And it's become this it's a money pit, but it is, it is becoming nice. It's going to be super slick, and it's not going to be pretty, but everything's going to be really good underneath it. So also, I don't care what they look like so much on the outside at first, and then eventually I get bored with it, but I'm okay with rough looking cars that run and drive good.
Well, exactly right. That's as long as they run and drive and you can get them to that point where you can enjoy them, then you can start looking at doing the other stuff.
Yeah. But if I've got one completely tore down, I'm all about upgrades as we go. If it's a part, I'm upgrading everything I can afford to upgrade.
Yep.
And sometimes that's nothing, but sometimes, I got a few bucks, let's upgrade it. So, and that's the way it went. It was like, needs brakes, I could put pads on it, but it needed rotors and it needed calipers and all the brake lines were bad. So I added all that up, and I was already at like $300. Well, for like $200 more, I could upgrade the front brakes to these 2015 Brembos off of Camaro. So I was like, well, it's only $200. I can justify that in my head. So I did, and then that led to, my wheels don't fit anymore. I didn't think about that when I upgraded them. Then I got them ordered, and they was already on their way, and I was like, my wheels won't fit over. Those are 15-inch rotors. I got 16-inch wheels. There's no way that's going to clear.
Yeah.
So that led to I got to buy wheels, and probably should have just returned the rotor or the brakes, but whatever. We're in it now, and then that just started this whole spiral of things. And I changed the rear end, and there was no way I was going to put the lower control arm stock ones back in.
Yeah.
They flipped so bad. So it was like, well, I'll upgrade those. And then I upgraded a panhard bar. Now I've done it's just on and on and on. So I'm ready to be done working on it so I can spend my money on something else.
I'm going to go enjoy it.
I want to drive it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've still got a lot of parts here that still haven't made it to the car yet. The brand new still haven't made it on the car. So
I got a lot of cars like that.
Yeah. yeah, hopefully here in the next week or two, it'll be kind of wrapping this car up for a while, and I just go drive it, enjoy it the rest of the summer, and I'll move on to something else.
Yeah,
I've been looking for something else to buy for the channel.
I'm going to push pretty hard on that Ram, a 2011 Ram 2500 Laramie, get that done and wrapped up. Then I'll be putting most of my time into the 69 Mach 1 and that thing built up.
My buddy's actually building a Mach 69, or is it 7? I don't know. No, it's a 70 Mach. No, 69 Mach. Well, I don't know. I'm not a Mustang guy. I'll just be honest. But it's it was an all original car when it came to his house. But it'd been the guy that owns it has had it for 30 something years.
Oh wow!
And it's been inside for most of that time, but it was in a barn, and the floors in it have rusted from the moisture getting trapped underneath the car. Yeah. But the rest of the car looks amazing, and so he's putting floors in it for this guy and stuff, and I think he's going to strip it and paint it. It had one poor paint job done probably in the early 80s, but they painted it yellow. I was like, I'd never seen one yellow, and I was like, I kind of like it yellow. You know, it's unusual.
Did they paint cars good in the 80s?
I mean, some people did. But this, most people didn't, but some people did.
I think that's debatable. I think pretty much everything out of the 80s didn't have very good paint on it, whether it's aftermarket or factory for that.
Or the 90s.
Or the 90s.
In the 90s, they start coming around.
My favorite 80s and 90s car color is the
canary yellow.
Well, that and the leather brown.
I was just joking. But
light tanned. I don't know. It's like a brown. It's like a sand. It's a cross between leather and sand. It's almost like a tan. It's the weird. I don't know.
Not much into brown.
Yeah, no, but that for some reason they were all about brown. Those two.
They really were in the 90s, 80s and 90s.
I love and always have the King Ranch brown, that leather that they put in the trucks. Oh, I'd love to have one of those.
My buddy might have one of those green and tan outside with the brown leather interior. And
my favorite is black.
Me too. Everything black
is my favorite. I like blue, a dark blue, quite a bit too. But
I'm coming around to other colors for cars, but mostly I'm cheap, so black's kind. It's not red expensive, but it's not cheap. So I don't know. I'm just cheap when it comes to paint, But everything I've almost ever painted has been black. But, Brittany, my first car was a 79 Camaro, and in high school I painted it yellow. I mean, bright yellow.
Yellow cars.
Where's my photo album book?
I've always wanted a bright yellow Volkswagen Bug. They had one for sale on the next street. Wait, where's your Bug?
Was it that? What that was a Turismo. I think it was 87. That was canary yellow.
Where's your Bug?
Yeah.
With a brownish interior. I love that freaking turd.
I don't think I ever owned a yellow car.
It was in the box. Which box? That was sitting on that chair.
Grady, I'm going to send you a picture of me standing beside my car, and if I can find it, my camera roll, from when I was in high school. I was going to prom, actually, I think.
I think you sent it to me.
Have I sent it to you before?
I think so.
Yeah.
You know where
that thing is super bright.
If it's the box that was in here, did someone put it out in the garage?
I don't know.
Because I found a box of stuff in the garage, and I asked about putting it in the storage, and you said, yeah, whatever.
Oh, okay.
You want me to go get it?
No, we'll get it for next time.
Okay. If that's the same box.
Tired tonight.
I know, I'm kind of out of it still.
I'm always tired. That's what I've discovered.
You live life on the tired side?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So what I was going to say about the yellow cars is I've always wanted an old Volkswagen Bug with of course, you got to have the convertible.
Oh, yeah.
They have the soft top, and the thing that I've always been nervous about soft tops.
Soft
was the
tacos.
Was the leaks. Like, how easy do they leak? Probably really easy.
All of them.
Yeah.
They just leaked. They leaked when they were new. Volkswagens, I like them. They weren't built particularly well. Like, that wasn't their goal. They were transportation.
Yeah.
You know,
Except
to
for
get you there.
I had a very, well, until the head gasket blew, that was always a Debbie Downer on that one, but it was a Passat. It was nice. It
Let's
was,
go.
for me, it was the closest to classy I've ever had. It had the leather seats, the heated seats, but when the engine goes boom and you're just
Yeah.
sitting, it's
End
no
of
good.
that.
Yeah,
What's going on, Mark?
no good anymore.
How are you?
My video this past week that I put out on Tuesday has went crazy, Grady. It's had, hang on, I'll tell you, 1,578 views.
Wow.
I'm at 934 subs now. I've gained almost 20 subs in 2 days.
That's good.
Hey,
Yeah,
Bubba.
it's crazy.
I need one more sub to make it to 1240.
Is that right? That's awesome.
Do you want me to go to Subway?
Oh,
Oh, look at you. It's coming with the wit.
So he sent me to Harbor Freight, which my stepson calls Harbor Freight, which I think is hilarious. But so I went to Harbor Freight and he was looking for a grinder, and I told him Italian ham or turkey.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on.
Come on.
Good girl. You say hi to everybody? You say hi? This is the one of the troublemakers.
I don't think she realizes how big she really is.
I don't think she does either. She's not a lap dog.
No.
Oh, Bella. Bella's a good girl.
It's funny though, but for her breed, she's actually on the smaller side. Because Catahoula, I was looking it up when we first got her because I'd never heard of a Catahoula. So I guess they can be upward of like 90 pounds. And I was like, well, that's
Big dog.
yeah, she's gonna be big, and then. But I think it's one of those things where females are smaller, maybe.
You talk
Maybe.
about a dog that's loyal to her family.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Holy crap.
She would literally guard us until her last breath. She doesn't care. She'll charge if she feels like something's a threat. She doesn't care the consequences, but good and bad.
But she's a good love girl too, so.
She loves us.
Huh. You love us?
Pretty, I know that.
People in the chat, T. Tyra and Bubba. You say hi to them yet?
I said hi to Bubba.
Oh, I didn't see Bubba on there. Sorry. I got this stick. I got my camera sits over there, so I can't see very well.
I said hi to Tyra, hi to Bubba.
Mark.
What's going on, Bubba?
Thank you, Mark. Mark says that your dog is cute.
Thank you. You should go
Tyra's
get...
asking if we're taking questions. What type of questions?
Oh, yeah.
Sure, fire away. We may not answer, but we'll take them.
I've never been so good with questions.
What?
Oh,
Blue man.
boom, baby.
That's a lot of kibble. That's very true.
We have 4 right now. We have 4 dogs. My sister's trying to get me to take the other one. Oh, she's taking Mama's chair. So when I edit the video, this dog is right here. It's hilarious.
Right.
Yeah, she sits right here. You lost your chair.
No.
Yep.
Oh Lord, how do you guys deal with those temperatures? That's gets up to 90 degrees here, and I start melting.
It was like
Don't
90.
they consider 111 manageable there, Bryce? I mean, I'm pretty sure like that's manageable temperatures.
Like flopping.
Bella, up.
But it's a dry heat, Bryce, so I'm sure it's okay.
111 is 111. I don't care how dry or wet it is.
Daddy a minute.
Yeah, we've been floating around pretty close to 90 the last couple weeks here, so crept up past it a little bit, but
Last night was a nice night, man. Let me tell you, it wasn't too hot.
well, this is the first day in a while it's actually cooled off a little bit here, so it's kind of comfortable right now.
This one's gotten big, huh?
We
He's
can
still
range anywhere from minus 40 to plus 40 degrees Celsius. So anywhere from about minus 40 Fahrenheit to about 110 Celsius or 110 Fahrenheit. So
Yeah, it's been in the 90s here for a while, weeks and weeks. But I tell you what, after a while, you just kind of get used to it to some degree, and you can still operate. But I don't enjoy it.
YAG 911 code. What kind of
never heard of that?
do you have?
The 01 Chrysler Sebring.
Yeah, but what kind of scan tool do they have?
That should be OBD2, I think.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so when your different scan tools might give different letters and numbers. YAG. I've never heard of that. What would that even be?
I haven't either. So
that's not, your B codes are your body control module. YAG, huh? You're looking it up?
Yeah. Doesn't pull anything up. So that sounds like a body control. I mean, it has to be. I mean, I'm almost sure it's something to do with body control module type, like airbag almost, or something like that. That's what I was thinking.
I don't know.
But that's an really odd code.
Where are you from? That might help us too. If they're in a different country.
I don't know. That shouldn't matter.
Well, the OBD2 codes, it should either be a U or a P code.
Yeah.
Or something.
Would have been early stuff. For OBD1 or OBD2. I guess I'm pretty sure 01, they should have been OBD2.
Yeah, 96 and above is OBD.
Yeah.
That's just a weird one.
Yeah. I mean, even when you Google it, it comes up nothing. Like nothing. So it also could be an error code from the computer itself, that it's made up its own code. I've seen that happen before. I had, it wasn't a Chrysler though, but I saw a code. We had a code pulling one time. I don't remember what the code was, but whatever it was, we kept looking for it. Went to all data. All data had nothing for it, and turns out the computer itself was basically fried. It was given gibberish, more or less, and that's what we ended up with.
I'm finding that it could be a different country uses different ones, because China uses the YA version apparently. But I'd like to know where they are. That might clear it up, you know.
Said he's in Indy. Or sorry.
Where?
I thought they said something about Indy.
Yeah, Indianapolis.
103 in the house. Woo! No way.
It's definitely a problem with the body code. I just thought it was. I mean, I don't know what that code is, but it just sounded like a body code to me. Problem with body codes is that they're harder to find information on. I don't have all data, but if that's probably your best shot, is to find somebody that has all data and have them run that code.
Honestly, being a Sebring, that they have so many problems. Head gaskets, wiring. I mean, you name it. They've had so many problems over the years. Keep one of those things going. Just ask dudes. Didn't he give one away?
I think he did.
Yeah. I mean, no offense, obviously. I don't want to offend.
I kind of like them. It's a personal thing, but I kind of like them.
One thing I didn't like is when they stuff this big engine in this teeny tiny spot.
Oh, it's so big in there.
What the hell?
But they run pretty good, though. So
when they run,
well, you know,
I mean, they're all rotted around here within 5 years of owning them. So
yeah, I still see them running around occasionally around here. There's actually a guy down the road from me that has a hardtop Sebring from the early 90s. I'm going to go 93 or 4. And it is this yellow color. And I just want to stop and see if he'll just let me look at it. I just want to look at it. It's sitting right outside his back garage, and I just want to go look at it. I don't want to buy it. I don't want to own it. I don't care to do that, but I just want to go look at it. But I don't know the guy, and I don't want to be knocking on somebody's door just to look at their car. If he was outside, though, that changes if he's already outside, mowing the yard or something, that changes it.
I do that.
Bubba, I got some more coming, so it's the project for the weekend.
I'm sorry to agree with you there.
I like them.
Nice. You bring up his name, and here he comes.
Right?
Ears must have been burning.
He was like, someone said my name.
Yeah.
What's going on, Ann?
Hi, Ann.
And
how many people's in the chat, Grady?
I don't even know.
No, I'm just curious.
7. Hey, dudes. Where the hell is the code right here?
YAG911.
Where the hell did it go? Right there. You ever heard of this?
Oh, he's been here. It's not commenting.
Huh? I don't know if he's knocking on the door. I don't see you in there. Unless he sent me a message. Oh, I already sent you a message. I don't see you up here. What do you mean knocking on the door? I'm confused.
Knock 3 times on the ceiling.
Oh, I've been here just not commenting.
Yeah.
It sounds more like you keep on knocking, but you can't come in. That's what I'm getting.
I was floating more towards the Guns N' Roses version, knocking on heaven's door.
So, Ann, you have a wooden leg. We've known that for a while.
His name is Smith.
Hi.
Haven't you ever seen Mary Poppins? I knew a man with a wooden leg.
Oh, go knock on the door for the Sebring. Well, if I was looking to buy it, I would, but just to look at his car, I'm not going to do that.
What the? I don't know what he's saying.
He was telling me to go knock on that guy's door to look at his Sebring, but if I was looking to buy it, I would. But I'll just look at his car.
I love talking to strangers about their car.
I do too. So I love to hear people have stories about odd cars. Not everybody collects a Sebring, right? So there's some reason that this guy has a super nice Sebring from the early 90s. I just want to know what's up with it. So I don't know what it is, but I just want to know the story.
Dudes with wrenches.
On the note of go talk to somebody about their car, I only say this because I never was one to do that. Like I was always keep your distance, potentially leave a note on a car that's sitting real close to the road, see if they want to sell it, whatever. But as I acquired more cars and I had more cars sitting around, it is quite normal for people to show up at your door to talk to you about your cars. And I did not learn that myself. I learned that from it happening a lot.
I used to do that a lot.
Yeah. So it's like, is it normal? Is it okay? Everybody that's ever come and talked to me about cars, except for 2 instances, it wasn't a bad deal. It was a good conversation. It was, a good back and forth. And then the 2 instances were the same gentleman, and he's insane. So, yeah, he'll have that.
Yeah.
Did he used to own a Fairlane by chance?
He used to own a Gremlin.
Okay, that's bad.
So that makes you a weird person.
So I've knocked on a lot of doors to buy cars. I mean, I used to do that all the time. That's how I ended up with so many different things for a while. And I'm not afraid to go knock on the door, but I need to have more than just, hey, what's the deal with that car and what's your story with it? You know,
Why not?
although the dude may want to tell his
But
story.
yeah,
You know,
there's the point. Is I have a car, you have a car, Grady has a car, Mongrels has a car. We're more than happy to tell people about our car.
it's
So
true.
you might just blow this guy's mind where he's like, "You want to know about the Sebring? Let me tell you about the Sebring."
You might
You know?
make it today.
Yeah, I might. I may stop at the guy's house and knock on his door because
You'll
it's
be
just
friends
really,
for life.
really nice.
I know this one guy who does nothing but talk about his cars and all the little quirks on them, and his YouTube channel just exploded.
Blew up.
Yeah, it blew up. I'm telling you. So people must like it.
Evidently.
Evidently.
I'm still trying to figure out what you did, man.
He hit the algorithm.
Me too.
It's entertaining. It's definitely entertaining. I
Oh,
watch
yeah,
all his
he
shorts. So
He's always been entertaining, dude.
that is true. He's always been entertaining. But the shorts are very entertaining. They're exactly the right amount of length for most people to watch and not get bored. And then the algorithm hit it, and people are going to watch it because it's good. So I think it's just a natural, progression. I think it's exactly. I'm not surprised at all. I'm surprised it took this long.
Here's the surprise part. I don't know what to do with it at this point.
I was wondering what your plans were.
That's
And-
actually not surprising.
So I started talking to people, and people started talking to me. So like doors have opened into realms of, I have people that subscribe to me now that have over 1 million subscribers.
Wow.
So it's become eye-opening when you receive messages from people that you've never even heard of, but they have 1 million subscribers.
Right.
And then you're like, I don't even know your channel existed. Thanks for subscribing to me, who's nobody.
Yep.
And then they're just like, well, to watch your growth, it's just insane. And I'm like, what? It's been 3 weeks. What are you talking about? Like, I don't know. What are you doing? I don't know what I'm doing. It's just happening. So
Dude,
even the bigger people are in shock of the amount of growth in 30 days my channel has seen. It's not normal. It's not
No.
even.
It's shocking. It really
Yeah.
is. Now, I'm happy for you. Don't get me wrong. I'm extremely happy for you. That's fantastic. But it was crazy.
I'm not surprised.
Crazy.
I'm
not. So when you were doing the TikToks and you were growing on there, I was watching your TikToks too, which I don't really TikTok much anymore. But
yeah.
I was watching them, and I thought if he can ever get that to catch on YouTube and it starts pushing that, I think he'll do great. And then, here you are.
So I haven't put up a short since, I don't know, Friday. So it's been almost a week that I've put up. Like I just stopped. Like I kind of got to the point where I was like, I want these videos to be good videos. I don't want to just keep slamming them together and running out of content. I wasn't ready for that much of an influx. I'll tell you that.
No, I don't think anyone would be.
No.
I mean, yeah.
So the idea is to keep trying to, ride that wave and hope it doesn't fall apart.
Yeah.
But after not putting things up for a week, the subscribers still are going up 1,000 subscribers a day.
Yeah,
Wow.
pretty
Yeah.
close. Yeah.
Crazy. The one of the more entertaining ones that I watched lately, I don't know what day you released it, but was the 4-wheel drive on the go.
see,
I about died.
See, there's the point to that one. So
Slam on the brakes.
Yeah.
you only got 60 seconds to tell what you want to tell.
Yeah.
When I film these, they're 5 minutes long every time, and then I just
Of
chop them
course.
up and then make something work. And there's just certain ones where I'm not giving you any information. I'm just making a joke. And
Yep.
the reality of that is you don't have to do anything but slow down to shift one of those trucks into 4-wheel drive if the front hubs are in. Everybody wants to tell me that. It's like you're missing the sarcasm of the entire video. It's like
I mean,
maybe
I about died when you said it. So,
Yeah. It's a
Wow.
sarcastic pun. It's like it's
Yeah.
the two extremes. Like if you watch the very beginning, it's the extreme of this is how you do it, and then the PSA at the end is the really neutral way of doing it. So
The way you're supposed to do it.
yeah, but it's not even the way you're supposed to do it. You can do
No.
it any way you want, but it's just kind of like I've met so many people, and that's what the whole point of that short was, is to make fun of all the people that'll tell you, oh no, you got to do it this way and you got to do this. And there's all these lessons about putting a truck in 4-wheel drive. And it's like, really, you can do it any which way you want as long as the thing doesn't fall out on the ground when you do it.
Yep. As long as you don't make that a divorce transfer case, as in it divorces the truck.
Yeah.
And becomes its own unit.
So I guess, I was trying to be a little more sarcastic and people took it maybe a little too seriously.
Maybe.
And you had the people that just enjoyed it and thought it was funny. And then you had the people that are just
great.
like, you don't know what you're talking about. You just let off the throttle a little bit and you put it in 4-wheel drive. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That wasn't the point.
But I think that's part of
That's
his
my favorite dudes with
Oh,
wrenches
okay.
short. If anybody's curious, so far that's my favorite one.
But it goes back to that whole thing that we always said. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. The input is input, right? And it counts towards the video. And there's people out there that do exactly what you just did for that reason.
Well,
is they try to get that. They make themselves look like, we'll say, idiots for lack of a better term. And then everyone starts commenting, right? It's like, oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, you're supposed to do this. And I swear they do it on purpose.
well, and that's just it. So after I made that video, and I wasn't trying to do that on purpose, I was just trying to point out, like, you can do it either way. It doesn't matter. The whole point is it doesn't matter. There's 1,000 ways to do everything. And then when everybody started doing that, I'm like, you know what? I guess we're just going to start doing this on purpose because it seems to get effect. And here we are. So I don't know. It's just
you got to get some long form stuff out there now, I guess, is what you got to work on. The Fairlane videos were fantastic. I was really enjoying those.
Nobody watches them.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, welcome to my channel. Nobody watches it.
Well, and that's I guess the biggest downturn of this whole thing. It's like what did I say? It's like being a jester invited to the King's Ball, and you get invited, and you're allowed to jump around and act a fool, and everybody enjoys your company, and you're there, but your reward to being there is literally being allowed in the door.
Yeah.
So here we are. Now we're big on YouTube. Everybody wants to say, wow, you're doing so good. But at the same time, there's absolutely nothing coming from it.
Yeah.
It's just numbers.
Well, you just have to turn those into view time somehow, right? That's the big one.
That's the big thing. So
okay, so here's the flip side to that is I get a ton of people that watch my crap and they won't subscribe.
No, I get that too.
They come every week, but it's like, dude, just hit the subscribe button.
So here's the crazy part. I got 38,000 subscribers now.
Yeah.
I picked up 9 million views in a month. So that's some bad percentages, realistically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Chris.
And then I got this cool achievement the other day that's like, hey, you just reached 100,000 watch hours. And I went, cool. What does that mean? Nothing. Because it doesn't count to anything. It's all shorts.
Oh, because it's the shorts.
Yep.
Oh.
So that means I just got people to sit on YouTube for 100,000 hours in 30 days. YouTube benefits 100% from that.
Yeah.
And I just stand over here and go, can I have some pennies, YouTube? Just pennies. Just like sprinkle pennies at me. Something,
So I'm very close to being monetized. I mean, like very close. And the running joke at my house is I can't wait for my first $4 check. For all the money I've spent to be on YouTube, I can't wait for my first $4 check.
And they don't send it to you until you reach $100.
Whatever. It's like, geez, just anything at this point. It would make me feel good. It doesn't take much. So,
and that's it. That's exactly where I'm at. I've done all this, and I just want a little bit of something to make it feel like I got somewhere.
Yeah. I'm with you.
I can understand.
I'm gonna turn my camera off, but I'm still gonna be here. I'm gonna eat.
Okay.
Y'all don't have to see that. So,
like, I feel like. Oh, sorry.
I was happy to hit 500. I was quite excited about that.
Well, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. There's something about reaching milestones that's good.
Oh, absolutely.
you struggle and you struggle and you get a little bit farther, and it's very welcoming. It's like, man, I made it to 500. Man, I made it to 1,000. When you go from 0 to 100 million, and with that blink of an eye to where you don't even get to see it happen, it is amazing and it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
Then you realize
sure.
after the fact, I've missed all the milestones. I've missed all the accomplishments. And it just kind of,
Well, you must be getting some view time though. Like you're
no,
it's not climbing at all.
no. Here, I'll go.
Well, that sucks, dude.
Let me.
I have found. I mean, I was really not doing well before I started the LS swap on this Camaro. Then it's really started picking up, and I'm averaging about 500 views per video now. And I've got a lot of people that are going back and binge watching my other stuff, and I'll see them like it'll be one day, it'll be like 3 video, like 3 people will watch 3 or 4 or 5 videos in a day. So it's just getting the right guys to go in and watch it, like stuff I made a year ago or whatever.
One of the big problems I have is I know what some people want to watch. I haven't made the video. I need to get my butt out of the chair and go make the video they want.
Yeah.
I've been working on other stuff, so it's coming up. It's coming in the pipeline. I've got to do the auto shutdown relay video for the Hemi swap because I get questions about it all the time, and I was like, I got to make that video. So if I do, it'll just be one of my other steady growth videos.
Well, the building these wood stands that I put my Camaro on this past week, that was a throwaway video. Absolute garbage. And I mean, I tried to make it funny because it was boring to me. So I tried to make it entertaining. So that's what I did. And I've had almost 1,600 views in 2 days.
That's crazy. That's
if
awesome.
if it had hit 100 views in 3 days, I'd have been happy. I was like, nobody's going to watch this, but evidently somebody likes it.
Well, and I think that's what the long format video is formatted better towards people that are searching to do something, to build something, informational purposes. Mm-hmm. They are directing their short format content at nonsensical stuff. So if you want your long format to work, it has to be something very informational yet entertaining. Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, that was a throwaway video for me. It was a couple days worth of work. But I needed them. That's why I built them. It wasn't like, I'm going to do this to make a video. I've got to have something to do this with. So let's make a video out of that.
How many 2x4s did that take?
14. I got $100 in all 4 of them.
Did you make Lincoln logs? Is that what you did?
Do what?
I haven't seen. You just made some Lincoln logs, or?
Yeah, I call them cribbing, but yeah, 14 inches by 16 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the thumbnail right now.
They're about 15 inches high or so.
Yeah, it's got 1,500 views on that video.
Yeah, it's crazy.
See, that video is higher viewed than any one of my Fairlane videos.
Really?
Yep.
And that's a little nuts because those are really good videos, dudes. But what's shocking is that all those subs hasn't translated over into some of those other videos.
Nothing.
You'd think some of them would move over and watch some long form stuff.
Nope. My next few videos, I'm going to try to direct them towards it in the video, which I haven't really ever done.
I was wondering if I hadn't seen you do that, but I was wondering if you might want to try that.
Yeah, and the worst part is there's a lot of people that I'll put it in the comments and I'll pin a comment. Go check out our long format videos and put a link in there, and it still won't matter.
What the heck? Forsaken. It says I'm not subscribed to you. I know I subscribed to you before.
Oh, you probably were taken away.
Oh, there's one more for your 1,000.
I'll take it. That should put me at 940.
Well, I think it's going to be the same old song and dance for all of us, no matter what. Is that we're not getting subscribers, we're not getting watch hours. Unfortunately, it's probably always been like this. YouTube is just trying to discourage you.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of they're trying to discourage you. I think it's just a matter of you got to stay at it.
YouTube is a deep, deep hole.
Well,
Is
and
the
see,
thing. There's so much content out there, with so many people watching it to become to make your way to somebody's suggested list that's never heard of you and has no link to you. Really and truly is a miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I look at it as I've got an analogy that I put in place. You got to think of yourself as a pea in a hotel room. Okay. So to have someone in that hotel room see that pea and acknowledge it, that's your goal. Now, there are some things like conference rooms, such as you do the automotive content. There's a room full of peas in there, but you got to be the one dangling from a string right in front of the door that hits them right between the eyes. Otherwise, you're not going to be noticed, or you got to do something to stand out, because you got to realize how many millions are out there doing the same stuff you do, or hundreds of thousands anyways. It's a lot, right?
Well, it always goes back to we'd all love to have an automotive channel that we'd be free to do other things on, like a vlog.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants to have a vlog channel realistically. You don't want to be hitched to this one thing you got to keep doing. And you can see that on all the guys that do Will It Runs.
Yep.
You know, those guys enjoy having all the subs and they enjoy having all the view hours and everything. But I doubt every weekend they enjoy going, let's go drag out another car that I don't care about and make it run and waste all my time working on it and then do it again next week. You know, I don't want to do that.
I mean, you could do that for a while, but it's going to get old.
Yep.
You know. So, but that if you want to grow quick and make money on YouTube in the automotive sector, that's it.
Exactly. And that's the problem, though, is everybody's just decided that's it. So now if you don't do that, you just get thrown into the ocean of people that are doing everything else, and then you're just out there drowning or floating.
Yeah. Like I said, you're a pea in a multi-story hotel room, man.
Yeah.
Or hotel. Like, you got to do what you can to get yourself recognized. So use the tools.
So I think the formula is to do some will it run type material. First wash, will it run, first drive. You can do those 3 videos. That's 3 weeks worth of content. If you can do those in a week, and you should be able to, you could really do something else for a little while and then, keep going and then get people invested in you.
I don't know about that.
I never get huge hits on Will It Runs.
My will it runs, I only have 2 really, but
I don't
3.
think that's
They've all done
necessarily the case though for Sagan, because I mean, you look at someone like Scotty, where he just sits there and criticizes almost every vehicle there is.
Scotty was around before YouTube was big.
Yeah, but
so he's got that.
He's got a bit of a niche there. But you look at some of the other channels that are like all their video is how do they take the fender off of a 2011 Dodge Charger, and they don't even do it right.
Right.
They're just fumbling their way through it, and the person has tens of thousands of views, and I'm going, why does this person have this many views? And it could be that they just hit that content at the right time.
That's true.
Yeah, but that same person, they're the same place we are in YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
They're not monetized. They don't have great amounts of subscribers, but they got 200,000 views on that one video.
Yeah.
But you have to build a relationship between you and your viewers.
And here's one that I like to point out. DD's Speed Shop. I don't know if anybody else watches that channel.
Love the guy.
So here's the reality of it. The guy is just cresting over 92,000.
Yeah.
He has been putting out videos almost daily for years. He is building cars quickly. He is restoring stuff. And maybe it's not all perfect and it's not all correct, but he is just banging out the content as quick as he can possibly do it. And he should be way over 100,000.
I agree.
I mean, the fact he's sitting there barely under 100,000 and has been forever shows you that a lot of people just don't want to watch that kind of content.
Yeah.
It's, and that's the sucky part is I want to go restore cars and I want to film it, but I realize nobody wants to watch me do that.
Yep.
You don't know, right? Because there are other channels where that's what they do and they have good success at it.
Show me a channel.
That's sad.
That this is sad. He made $8.83, and they took it away.
Why'd they take it away?
Copyright, probably. Is that a good guess?
Well, it could have been
Yeah.
he was the old monetization.
Oh
Right.
yeah. Actually, I have quote unquote money sitting there waiting for when I get monetized too. It's because I was way back when you could get monetized immediately.
Yeah.
Now I understand the rules on monetization. You can't pay everybody for everything. I get it. But we all know YouTube's making a lot of money off this stuff.
They're making a lot on me. I do know that.
Yeah,
Well-
they make a fair bit off of even myself. Like ever since they put that rule in where, hey, we're going to choose whether we put commercials on your
Yep.
channel or not. That was the big kick in the teeth, honestly, because
Yep.
that really they shouldn't have done that, in my opinion. It's like that is the one thing that the smaller channels had to help build their channels. You didn't have to sit through commercials all the time.
You do mine every time. There's not a video I've ever watched of my own that didn't have a commercial.
I pay for
Actually,
premium.
they chop it up, and there's usually more than one.
I pay for premium. It's so worth it. The amount of TV that I watch. I don't have cable, so we watch everything YouTube.
Yeah, fair enough. But like I said, for the smaller channels, that's the one thing they did have to help them grow is you didn't have to sit through commercials on the small. So you go find a smaller channel because there I can watch that whole video without it being interrupted if I don't have premium, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it goes back to that attention span thing. You know, there might be a person that might have watched your whole video and been happy with it, but because that commercial fell in the center, they went, moving on.
But I've done that lots of times myself where I'm just like,
Yep.
yeah, I'm done with this commercial. Yep.
Donald, it is currently 87, and I don't know if you can tell, but every once in a while you see light in the background. We're getting a hell of a storm right now.
Well, Donald's down in Australia, it looks like, so it's their winter, isn't it?
It's a winter there, yeah.
Is it winter there?
What is winter in Australia? Do you get snow or anything?
They got ski hills there.
Do they?
You know,
No, I mean,
I
that's
want-
mountains and stuff.
Oh yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, that was a good one. Seen that
It just
one.
lit up the backyard.
I don't know. I don't want to be any more depressing to anybody because, like, I have to appreciate what I have, but it is somewhat disingenuous.
Oh, absolutely. Like that's when I asked you that question. So was it counting towards your view time? That was like, oh man, that sucks. To have that type of growth, but have nothing come from it.
Yep.
I understand exactly where you're coming from with that. Not exactly because I'm not in that situation, but I can't imagine to have that type of explosion and still nothing.
So, dudes, I just want to ask you, how many more hours do you need before you're monetized?
2,200.
Really? That much?
Yep.
Wow. I'm shocked. Absolutely shocked.
It is absolutely shocking. And like you said, that's where their benefit big. No wonder they're pushing the shorts. 'Cause
Yeah.
They get all the gain from it.
Well, and the thing is, so I read the whole shorts bonus spiel. So I can qualify for a shorts bonus without being monetized.
Yeah.
So I went through all the rules on that and made sure I was fitting all the criteria to possibly get acknowledged by the shorts bonus thing. I will know if I get a shorts bonus the middle of next week. And then if I do get a shorts bonus, it takes a month for everything to get initialized. So I may actually get paid something for shorts 2 months from now.
Well, hey, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for you.
Who cares? I'd wait as long as I knew. As long as it was coming, I'd feel good about it.
Yeah, but it's like you start looking at it and you go, okay, I've done really well. I've gotten a lot of views. But there's guys with singular shorts that have 8 million views. So it's
that's
like,
true.
if you put me up against everybody that's put up a short for the month of July, there's shorts in the month of July that have gotten more views singular than I have for all my shorts put together. So it's like, am I even on the running list here? And they don't let you know any of that.
Of course not.
Ow.
So what was I right that at 10,000 you get the silver
No.
plaque?
You're wrong.
No, it's 100,000 for the silver plaque.
It's 100,000 for the first anything. Yeah, you don't get anything until 100,000, and then you don't get anything after that until 1 million.
Really? That's the gold one?
It's still better than TikTok. You could have 1 million and they ain't sending you shit.
We're talking about people following you or subscribing.
Like it's still mind blowing, man. Because July 4th, you were at 700.
Yep.
Now
Really?
you're at 40,000 almost. Like crazy. It's 1 month. 1 month.
1 month.
Has anybody been watching Sleeper Dude and his growth?
Yep.
I have.
Crazy.
So he's like an hour from my house.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I want to do something with that guy in the future. I mean, I don't want to be like, I'm not trying to get my channel out there through his. That's not what I want to do.
No,
but
it wouldn't hurt.
Well, yeah, but like, I don't know. It's so rare to be that close to somebody else.
Wow, no way, huh?
Right, I know. So
you guys out there, you're so close to everybody else. I mean, you might have hours in between each other, but at least you're in the same state. How far away from Vice Grip are you?
I couldn't get that guy to answer an email if I needed to. There's no way he's going to do anything with me, but he's about 2.5 hours away.
He's answered mine.
Have you ever seen him do anything with anybody that wasn't, 100,000 subs or more? He ain't going to do that. And I don't blame him. I wouldn't either.
Well, it's kind of one of those deals where he's big enough now where that man is so busy just trying to keep everything moving that there's no way he's going to do something for somebody else.
No way. Yeah, there's no way he has time. He probably doesn't have time to take a shower hardly. I just don't I know how hard it is to do what I've got to do.
If you watch his video on why he moved from Minnesota to Tennessee or wherever he is now, that was one of the biggest parts he said. He goes, just for him.
Food's here.
Food's here.
Whoa!
Just for him to go from where he lived, the shop he worked in Minnesota, it was a 45-minute drive one way.
One way, yeah.
Yeah. So now he just walks outside of his house and goes over to the shop and starts working on stuff. That alone gives him so much more time. It's ridiculous. And then the travel times to all the events he wanted to go to, you go from Minnesota to Florida, that's drive.
Yep.
That's one of the biggest challenges I have.
Correct.
Everywhere is a long way for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because to really blow up, you got to go to those events. You got to be out there seeing the people. You got,
So I had planned. I didn't tell anybody this, but I had planned on doing the Cletus and Cars event that's in Bristol this year, but it's sold out. It's sold out. So I wasn't going to be in it, but I just wanted to go and experience it and video it and whatever, and just, have a good time. But it's sold. It's already sold out.
Well, 815 got into the Danger Ranger.
Really?
Yeah. So that was some good news. He'll be. He's looking for. He needs to find a truck. So if you know anyone that has a Ranger,
I just bought one.
Oh, did you? You might want to talk to 815.
It's going to be on a short here probably tomorrow.
Really? Well, there you go, bud. That might be something you can work with him and do something with.
The sad thing is we actually have 4 Rangers sitting around.
Wow.
So you've got a collection.
I say wow, but that doesn't actually surprise me that much. Knowing what I know about you.
Grand scope of things, I've never officially driven a Ranger full time. I've borrowed them, I've driven them around, but I've never daily driven a Ranger. I have daily driven an S10 pickup.
Fair enough.
The little amount that I've driven a Ranger makes me hate S10 pickups even more.
They're so much better. They really
They're
are.
so much better vehicle. It's like
Really?
these aren't even comparable, and everybody wants to fix up an S10 and do something with it. And how often do you see guys 5.0 swapping a Ranger? You don't. And they're the better vehicle to do it with.
The problem is I'm so against Ford due to my past experiences. I just won't give them a chance on any of their newer, most of the 80s to 90s, 2000 stuff.
Stuff that's still 25 years old.
But yeah, exactly. You go older, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But But
Well, and I think the original generation Rangers, they're not great. They're way worse than the second gen or like the 2002. But at the end, they were pretty well built little trucks.
They really
And-
were.
And now they're just, I don't know. They shouldn't even call it a Ranger. They should just call it like an F100.
Yeah. Well, there is no mini truck or whatever you
Well,
want
there
to
is
call
now.
those trucks.
That's why they came out with the Maverick.
Yeah.
Well, I like the Dodge Dakotas. Those were awesome
Oh,
trucks.
come on now.
Oh, I did. I liked them.
I do too.
This is Dodge guy Spocking right here.
So
I'm a
Like,
Dodge
you know
guy.
it.
I am not a Dodge guy necessarily.
I have
but the
never liked Dakotas.
But
first
you
gen
get a
square body
V8 in it.
Dakota, my brother has one and has had it. He bought it in
I think the Rampage was cool.
the Rampage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would.
But he bought it. I think it was in '99, and it was like 4 years old, and he still owns it, and it still runs. He drove it daily until this past
Oh.
year.
I would say first generation Dakota, not bad. Second generation Dakota
Yeah.
had its issues bad. Like those things had ball joint issues where they just fall out. Like
Yep.
no. Like, that's a defect a little bit right there. And they were just prone, like in our area, second generation Dakota, like it rusted sitting still and just had holes through the dang thing.
I was gonna say yours made it to actual mechanical failure.
Well, that's the worst part is the ball
Pretty
joints
good.
failed pretty quickly after the body did.
Oh,
They actually had a recall on them because they were Chinese built and then shipped to Dodge. And they said that a lot of the sockets were actually oversized to the ball of the ball joint. So if you actually unloaded the suspension completely, it would come right out of the socket. And it's like, that's a problem.
It is a problem, yeah, no doubt.
I've
The
seen them
Canadian-
all.
Maybe the Canadian trucks were built a little bit better. because
Maybe they
didn't seem
were.
to-
What are you
they
trying
didn't
to
seem
say?
to have that many issues.
What are you trying to say
There's,
there?
if you look it up, there's videos out there where they talk about how they were trying to force Dodge into recalling those trucks because of the ball joints. And there's a lot of guys that'll just take a forklift and stick it on the front bumper horns of the truck, lift straight up to unload the suspension, and the ball joints literally just fall out. Just go clunk. And it's like, that's a
That's nuts.
problem.
That doesn't surprise me because I remember can't remember what I was working on. When I was down in the States visiting, I wanted to grab some parts, and I went into a parts store down there. I will not disclose which one. And I grabbed some tie rod ends, I think. And I grabbed this thing and, did like the party shaker thing with it. And I was like, oh man, this thing's like a new part? Are you kidding me?
Exactly.
It's clearly not designed well. You can feel how rough it was, not to mention how loose it was. I was like, yeah, I don't want that. You can have that back. I'm not buying that.
And I always tell everybody too, you can get your brand new ball joint, your cheapy dollar store fucking ball joint is what I like to call them. And you can put a little grease into them until a little grease comes out and you're like, all right, little grease came out. You need to pop that thing open and get as much of the grease that came in it out as possible and put better grease in it. Because the grease that comes in it is junk.
It's Vaseline. I swear to God, it's Vaseline.
It's garbage.
Have you ever looked at it?
I've watched a lot of people just put them on. I'm like, did you grease that? It's got grease in it. No, it doesn't.
I swear it's Vaseline. I've looked at. It's what we always. Everyone I've ever been. I pump it until it's complete because it's clear and it comes out. It feels just like Vaseline. I'm like, pump that out and get something halfway. Even cheap, STP grease is better than what comes in them. So
yeah,
you're
same
definitely
way with,
right.
Brake caliber brackets.
Hold up.
They'll come with some grease in them, and it's like, what is that? White lithium?
No.
Gets hot and runs out as a liquid.
Well, it's funny because you get some of the dollar bin items or dollar store items that you're calling, and they are exactly that. They're this junk. But then there's some other ones that are actually decent.
Yeah, if you spend, and that's the worst part about it. Everybody needs to kind of research their parts and know that if you spend $5 more for the gold part, you're getting $100 worth more part because you're not going to have to replace it in 50,000 miles.
Yeah, well, like one thing that, I've bought and stuff off at Auto Shack, I think, and it's actually decent stuff for what you pay.
Yes.
And you can pay an extra fee if you want, lifetime warranty, so you can send this stuff back whenever it's done.
Yeah,
And they give it on
I'm bad
ball
at
joints
that
and
though.
everything. I've never done that, but
I
you
have.
can if you want. But some of their
So-
stuff is decent. Free shipping, you get it.
I got
Yeah.
pretty religious because I was doing a lot of people's cars, and the only reason I was doing their cars is because they needed it done cheap.
Yeah.
I was just the cheapest guy they could bring it to, and I was screwing myself by even doing it because I should have charged more. I should have just told them go somewhere else. So they'd always get online and they'd go to Detroit Axle, and we're going to buy some Detroit Axle parts. I don't know if either one of you have dealt with them.
I have.
No, it's not.
You can buy an entire kit for whatever car you're working on, and
Yep.
they'll sell you every piece of the front end in a box for $300. It doesn't matter. It's so cheap, and you just throw it all on there, and now it's new, and yeah, that's better than all the old garbage. But it's all going to go out in like 20,000 miles. It's not built.
Car
They'll
lot
say-
parts.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where I got it. That's why I ever bought them.
Yep. And they'll tell you, oh, lifetime warranty. So I got an axle for a Nissan. I go to put it in. You can tell it's a reman axle. It's got marks in it where they painted over where somebody beat it with a hammer. It's like it's been rebuilt. Quotients. So I go to put it in, and it won't engage right with the transmission. The splines are just they're not going in all the way. And I took it out and I cleaned all the paint they put off there, and I realized the splines are all messed up and twisted.
They're twisted, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just like, well, that's not gonna work. I can't use this. This is junk. So I sent it back to them. Now, mind you, they had my money. Now they had my part. And I said, am I getting the new part? And they're like, well, that one wasn't defective. We see nothing wrong with it. We tested it and it's fine. I'm like, I doubt that. Like, are you going to send me a new one? We can send you back this one. And I'm like, no, you're not sending me back that one. So they said, okay, blah, blah, blah. Went through it. I get this box in the mail thinking I'm going to get a new axle. Exact same one I sent back to them. It's
Really?
ruined. I can't use this axle. I got on the phone with them again. They're like, yeah, we're not returning it again. And if you return it to us again, we're just going to charge you shipping and we're not sending you a new one. And I'm just like, can I get a refund? Nope. We're not giving you that either. So I just had this junk axle and I'm like, I guess I'm throwing this away and going to go buy one from the parts store because the person that needs this car back has been waiting now for an extra week. And I'm like, I will never buy anything from Detroit Axle again.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
So,
It was awful.
have you ever bought Mevotech? Mevotech?
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
I really like them for
They're not
a
bad.
less expensive option. I've had really good luck out of them.
I've had good luck with those, actually.
I'm very surprised to hear that Detroit Axle you had a bad experience.
Oh,
I've used them
horrible.
for years. I've never had anything bad.
Nope. I used them
Never had a bad experience at all.
religiously forever because they were cheap and
Yeah.
had a lot of people bring stuff back to me because, oh, the ball joint's out. And I don't even want to waste the time sending it back to Detroit. I just go, okay, let's go buy a better one.
That's crazy. I really have never heard any problems with them.
Yep.
So there's a reason I buy a lot of stuff from AutoZone. It's not because I particularly like their parts, but I do buy a lot from them. It's because I know they'll warranty anything,
Yeah.
no matter what.
So I
So
go to Advanced.
yeah, I mean, and I just know the guys there. I mean, I've been
Yep.
friends with them for a decade,
Well,
so it's like those are
For
my guys.
example, I go to Advanced because they give me points and they give me a military discount.
Yeah,
And I get decent deals there. And they'll price match. So if I have another store that's giving
Yep.
me a better price, they'll price match. No problem. And they clearance stuff out like in the store. So I'll just go in there and kind of peruse around. Red tag. All right, I'll get this $40 item for $2,
yeah.
Yeah.
So I buy a
Nice.
lot of that stuff. And the way they rent tools is cool too, because I own a lot of tools that they rent.
I do too.
And they'll just be like, yeah, it's $40 to rent this $500 tool. And I'm like, what does it cost if I don't bring it back? 40 bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, sign me up. I'm not bringing it back. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
order a new one. So it's like, it's just a no brainer because it's not the greatest tool in the world, but for $40, you're not going to buy one for that.
And
Absolutely.
also no more than, like you or I are going to use one. It's not like we're not mechanicking daily to where like, you're going to be pressing in 7 ball joints in a week.
No. That's just
yeah.
it. It doesn't have to be the snap-on version.
Yeah.
right,
It's
yeah.
just, it does its job for $40 and you just have it around now. And there you go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't know. So when I ran my garage here, I'm with AutoZone, my last leg of it, but O'Reilly's was my first. And either one, those rent-a-tools, I still have piles of them, and I use them a lot.
I do
And
Well, that's
too.
what I'm saying. That's
if they ever broke, they're free.
Yeah,
Replacement.
they have a lifetime guarantee on all the stuff from Advanced, I think.
Well,
The only reason that I have a crap ton of Snap-on and Mac and anything else is because they came to me. I didn't have to go to them. As soon as I step on the truck, I'm done. Oh yeah, absolutely. They count on that.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
We've got a store up here called Canadian Tire, and
is it in Canada?
Yeah, it's Canada. Believe it or not, crazy, hey?
Weird.
I should say not hey.
I ain't going to no Canada Tire in old Iowa.
But they've got a brand called Mastercraft or Craftsman Tool, or not Craftsman, but Mastercraft Tools.
They sell those at Menards here. Yep.
And they're fine. And you know what? You break one, you bring it back, no questions asked.
Yeah.
My dad. Go on.
No, I was just going to say they have a Mastercraft tire too.
Yep. So Mastercraft is the Menards hardware store brand here.
Yeah.
So that's their in-house brand, and you can buy anything Mastercraft brand. And so my dad, he runs a sheet metal shop, and he'll just go and buy a box of brand new tape measures. They're Mastercraft tape measures, and they're pretty accurate. I mean, there's not a lot of variation between one to the other.
Yeah.
But they're 100% warranted. So anything happens to that tape measure, you just go back and you exchange it for a new one.
Absolutely.
And he will literally wait until a whole box of them is bad and walk in with 20 of them and just be like, I need 20 of these. And they'll just get a new box.
Yeah, they don't care.
I want to know if, say I have a lot of my grandfather's old tools and they're Craftsman. Now? Lowe's owns it.
Yeah, there's nobody.
Lowe's warranties them. I took a whole case in, but you're going to get whatever they've got on hand.
Yeah, you're going to get the Chinese version.
Yeah.
I mean, it's better than a tool that's absolutely broke, but at the same time, it's like,
it took 60 years to break this Craftsman, and now I have a brand new one that'll break in 60
days.
Yeah. Well, I got agreed with Donald here. There's the warranties, they just aren't worth it a lot of the times.
Exactly.
And
they know a lot of people will never come back on warranty.
Not interested.
Well, that's me. I'm really bad about warranty and stuff. I'll just go buy a new one. It's just a convenience sake to me. I don't want to wait for it. And then everything I buy online, I'm horrible about sending it back. So that's why I buy a lot of stuff in town, because I will go take it back in town.
Yeah, that's why I buy the stuff at Canadian Tires, because I'll actually take it back there. And the other thing is, if there's something you want, is like, oh man, that thing's $300. Well, I'll wait till next month when it's on sale for $99.99.
Yep.
It's funny to hear Canadian Tire. I haven't heard that since I lived in Vermont.
Yeah.
DD Speed Shop goes there a lot. That's how much I know about it.
Yeah. No, it's a good all around store. It's been around for years and years and years and years. And
so my parts store choice is only based on my location.
Me too.
I'm not going to tell you Advanced is better than AutoZone. It's just the Advanced I live next to is better than the AutoZone I live next to. I can't go to O'Reilly's. I still have a bad taste in my mouth with them forever. So
I understand that.
Yeah. Costs me a lot of money.
Renegades, our store that's similar to Harbor Freight would be Princess Auto.
Yeah.
So here's my good story for AutoZone. I had to go there the other night because I was getting motor paint to paint a motor. We're trying to get as close as we could to Omega Red for an engine block, and we just couldn't get there. So we had two different versions of Chevy Orange of different brands that were coming out different colors, and we needed a little more red in the paint. So I needed to go get a can of red engine paint. It was $8.55, and they had already locked the doors to the AutoZone, or Advanced. Now, they should have closed at 9. We had 5 minutes, dang it. So we just kind of went up to the door, and they know us. We kind of beat on the door, and we're like, hey, we got 5 minutes. And she let us in, and she's like, what do you guys got to get? We got to get 2 cans of paint. Oh, well, my drawer's already closed. Door's already locked. I can't sell you nothing. And the manager comes out from the back, and they're like, just give it to him. And I'm just like, sweet. So they did whatever they had to do to say it got destroyed, whatever. I don't care. We got 2 cans of free paint. And that's why I go to that store, because everybody knows me. Everybody talks to me. It's very friendly. And if you need something, they just get it. They make it happen.
That's the way my AutoZone is for me, because they know me. They've dealt with me for a decade. You know, I know all these guys, most of them on a personal level too. So I've got some blue jack stands here that they gave me that were free because some guy bought them, took them out in the parking lot and used them and returned them.
Nice.
And he was like, I can't resell them because they've been sold and it's a safety problem. Would you like them? Absolutely. You know, and they're like $150 set of stands. I'd never paid that for those.
Well, and here's another one. So this happened a month ago. The gal that I deal with all the time, she knows my phone number by heart because I have to give it to her every time to get my discounts and everything. I was in there buying some stuff, and I went to leave. I literally live 2 miles from the Advanced Auto. Like that's how close I live. I live 4 miles from the AutoZone, and I live 6 miles from the O'Reilly's, and that tells you how close all these parts stores are together. So I go in there, buy some stuff, give her my number. I mean, we're not friends. I just know this lady. We talk to each other while I'm in the store. And about 2 minutes after I leave the store, I get this phone call, random number. I'm like, hello? And she's like, hey, can I talk you into coming back to the store and checking this lady's oil and doing a couple things? And I'm like, what? And she's like, we can't do that. All we can do, like, they don't run engine codes anymore. She's like, I can put wipers on and I can do stuff. But she said, we can't be checking people's fluids and doing stuff for them like that anymore. It's against the rules. And this lady is like 3 hours away from home. She has 3 more hours to drive and she has some engine lights on. Can you just come and check it out? Because she's just in distress. And I'm like, okay, you know. So I turn the truck around and I go down there and yeah, she's driving a Subaru Legacy or something and it's burning oil and she's about 2 quarts low.
No way.
And it's just like, yeah. And I'm like, and you got a mouse nest under your intake. Your battery cables are corroded. Now I gave her the whole breakdown on her car because her car is like a 2017. And so I'm just like, this is bad. And I just kind of helped her understand it, showed her how to put oil in her car. And I said, when's the last time you got an oil change? Right before I left. I'm like, that's bad. You're 2 quarts down and you're only 3 hours down the road.
Is it
so how much
you're consuming?
Exactly. So I looked underneath it, looked at everything. It's not leaking at all.
Oh, like, burning that much, eh? Wow.
That's a lot to burn.
And then I asked her, I said, who works on your car? And she responds with, the Subaru dealership. And I'm like, oh no, it gets worse. So I showed her how to put oil in her car. She thanked me. She tried to go buy me a gift card for AutoZone. I gave it back to her and I said, well, you're probably gonna need more oil. You keep it. And, you know, I sent her on her way, but it's like the parts store lady is the one who called me and I'm not friends with that lady. She just knew I'd come down and do it. So it's stuff like that where it's like, I like that parts store because that it's very friendly and just everybody's there to help each other. Nobody's being an ass.
It's the way it should be.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep. That's one thing we don't really get up here, honestly. You're just another number in the store.
That's surprising.
And see, that's why I don't go to the other stores, because the other stores, you can talk to the same guy 3 times in the same day, and he doesn't remember talking to you 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
And it's just like you.
I could probably get that if I went to Napa often enough, but number one, Napa is really expensive.
Yep.
Number two, I live about a half-hour drive from any parts store, so
yeah, no.
But that's really surprising coming from Canada, though, because I mean,
that's a misbelief. Not everybody in Canada is like, "How you doing? Let's all be friends." They're still people.
What is
people?
It says it on the TVs.
The TV told me they're all friendly.
It's on the internet. It has to be true.
Gotta be true.
Oh, I should totally start talking like this all the time, eh?
Yeah.
We love it. Yeah, it's great. Drive your channel with that.
Mongrel.
Might work, actually.
To me, that's what I hear.
Wear a flippy.
It could be.
You don't have to put the
flippy hat with, lumberjacks.
Don't you hear it?
No,
it's not as thick, but it's there.
I could talk like the people out east. You'd never understand a word I say if I talked like someone from Newfoundland.
Ooh.
Like with the French dial or inflection or whatever.
Yeah, what? Well, they'd be talking like this, but they'd be kind of like the gypsies, and they'd be talking real fast, and they say, "Oh man, I'm off into the toolies," and they say all sorts of weird crap that you just don't understand. And unless you're,
we got hillbillies, they're the same way. I'm a hillbilly, so I'm good with
the
it.
closest would be if you go down to New Orleans there and into the French Quarter and talk to some of those people. It'd be similar, I guess.
Yeah,
you just wouldn't understand what the hell they're saying.
Now that I got Mongrel sitting here, I'm thinking about this again because he's got a little bit different dialect.
Yeah,
we might lose power. Just keep it going if we do.
We're gonna do a little wordplay here, Mongrels. Now all you need to do is fill in the blank.
Roof.
Okay, wait for it. If you're driving your car and you want to see behind you, and you look in your side
mirror. Yeah.
Okay, let's all say mirror together. Mirror. Okay. So when I say mirror on a short, I get comments like, what hillbilly state you from, boy? It's a mirror.
Mirror, yeah.
And they spell it M-E-R. It's not a
good person to ask, is that I could care less about proper grammar most of the time.
Well, I don't even know how you claim that's not proper grammar. It's like
I don't know how you claim that's not proper grammar either.
No, it's not.
Everyone I know
that,
says mirror.
My girlfriend at the time gave me a hard time about the word button. And another one that is, I'll say engine instead of engine, right?
Engine.
So I've got little, like you said, little inflections that vary from.
Say it right. You're saying it wrong. No, mirror.
It's not.
Well, I do pride myself in trying to being an articulate speaker.
Yes.
Well,
and when people come at me like, you're saying mirrors wrong, it's mirrors. Who the heck says it that way?
Mirror.
Nobody I know.
Yeah, nobody I know.
You're wrong, apparently.
You are, Grady.
Mirror.
That's because so there's different sections of New England with different accents. So Vermont New England accent is different than a New Hampshire New England accent. So up in Swiss cheddar cheeseville,
what the hell?
Well, Vermont makes a lot of cheese.
Okay.
It's pretty much up there with Wisconsin. But anyway, so he doesn't know what an R is.
A destroyer. I think he's the last one to remember that fella.
So I literally I thought about it for a second. I said, you know what? Google pronounces things for you. And Google's right. We're all agree on that.
Yeah. I've used it once or twice.
The pronunciation of mirror in Google is MEERR. So the way we're pronouncing it is correct.
Yeah.
It says American pronunciation. If I go British, it's Myru. Mirror? What the hell is that? Mirror. Mirror?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I said it in a sentence in my head, and it is kind of like mirror.
How do you guys say lawn? You say lawn? Lawn.
It's lawn.
Lawn.
All right, so we say the same.
Yeah.
Who says lawn?
I've heard.
Lawn doesn't have a D in it. What?
So it doesn't have a D in it. Why would you put a D in it?
The only D in my lawn is that it's a disaster. But other than that,
I'll tell you this: if I don't go mow my lawn, the city's about to put a D in something.
Yeah.
Is that right?
We just got them off our ass.
Yeah, I need to go mow my yard, but I don't want it. It's too hot.
Fair enough.
I got one for everyone because everyone's from other parts of the country. Okay. You guys know what a frost heave is. An actual
what?
Dudes will. And Mongrel will.
Say it again.
What'd you say?
A frost heave.
A frosty?
Frost heave?
Frost heave when something pushes out of the ground from frost?
The ground pushes up, yeah.
When the ground pushes up, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. I thought that was like a strictly like
it gets cold other places.
Any place that it freezes, it's a
thing. I
mean, just so you know, it does get mildly cold up here once in a while.
Canada.
Just occasionally, right, Mongrels?
I think in Canada everything's permanently.
Because I thought other parts of the country they called it something different. I thought like other parts.
Well, we've got permafrost. Have
Yeah.
you heard of permafrost?
Oh yeah.
That's
Only
a-
reason I have
That's
is
where it
because
never
of
thaws,
Walmart.
right? I mean,
You
the
know what's
ground never
really
thaws.
cool? So when I went to Alaska.
Okay, he lives
there's-
in Canada.
No, when I went to Alaska for 2 weeks, and I lived
get
off
it.
grid with a group of people.
A cult.
And I
Go
was
on.
learning about how
It's called a cult.
Anyways, I was learning about permafrost because where I was north of Fairbanks in a town called Toke, which take it as you will, it is a funny name. But they cannot garden anything in the ground because of the permafrost. Everything is above ground, which is for us because you want to grow some tomatoes, you dig the ground up and plant the tomato, but it's not like that there.
Tomato.
It's a whole different.
Well, you go far enough north, nothing grows. It's
Oh,
like you get into Iqaluit and stuff like that. It's just tundra. There's nothing. There's like little flowers and weeds, and there's nothing above your ankle. It's just
So
rock.
I was actually reading about a place. It's the northernmost place in America, in the USA, because it's still part of Alaska, but it's called Little Something Island. It's the only place that you could actually see Russia from your doorstep. And up there, of course, everything's frozen and everything, but their thing is polar bears, believe it or not. They have polar bear guards. They have polar bears that just come right to their doorstep, and they're aggressive. They stalk people.
Well,
they're bears.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I think of the
Bears aren't friendly. Who has friendly bears?
Yogi.
Hello, Yogi. And Pooh.
Don't worry
Hey,
about
Yogi.
those bears.
Winnie
They're
the
friendly
Pooh.
bears. Why are you
Look
running?
out, here comes the ranger. You see that picnic basket?
Yeah, but I mean, like, okay, the black bears around here.
Hey, don't get racist.
The black bears around here.
Hey, it's the
They are
bears.
not-
It's the
they're
bears
not
of color.
aggressive around here.
Bears
Bears of color.
Man, this went off the rails.
Bears matter.
Oh, God, degraded
So
quickly.
I install a lot of server cabinets in my career, and somebody made a mention to me one time. I said, "Yeah, give me one of them black cabinets." And they said, "You can't say that." And I'm like, "Are you serious right now?" And they're like, "Yeah, that's kind of derogatory." I'm like, "I'm not talking to you anymore." But I followed it up with, after that, I'd be like, "Hey, I need one of those cabinets of color."
Can you give me an ebony cabinet? please?
Oh my goodness!
Little Pecker Island.
I think Destroyer's right. Little Pecker Island. That far north, it's gonna be rough.
It does get.
Sure, I haven't seen it in forever.
Cold up there that they live in storage containers.
One day.
Well, you know what? It gets cold enough that you can't
does
undo
that have
your
to do
zipper
with
to use the
anything?
washroom.
What
Let's
do we-
put it that way. You got to drop the drawers.
No, it's so cold
What?
up there that that's what they like.
No. So
It's it
What?
is. I'm telling you.
it's so cold they live in storage containers.
Yes, because
Okay,
it keeps
now-
the heat in better.
What?
It doesn't.
Just
Like,
It's
maybe-
metal.
Sit back and look pretty. No more talking for you.
Maybe a reefer trailer because it's insulated.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
What are
They
you
just
doing?
all live in storage.
Who
containers.
does?
The people in
You're hanging
Who
out
would
with the
not?
wrong people.
I don't know. I'm gonna call it polar bear.
Listen,
Island.
Polar bear
there's
island.
only a certain kind of people that could live in a place like that
Well-
to begin with.
I'll admit to a metal box if there's lots of bears hanging around. Like,
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not living in a wood shack with bears hanging around.
Maybe that's why they do it. Maybe it's not because it's
Yeah.
cold, but because of the polar.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Metal
I live-
container might
I
keep
live
the
in a
bear out.
vault.
I don't know why anyone lives that far north. I've never been able to figure that one out because
Have you seen what's going on in the world? You think they get
It's-
cell reception?
It's probably pretty peaceful there.
I mean,
no,
Well,
like I'm telling
You don't
when I-
have to worry about society when all you have to worry about is existing.
It's true. When all of your energy is spent on making it to the next day, yeah, you don't worry about much else.
But they've hunted
Air
everything
fans
out.
as well.
There's extinction. There's no
It's gotta be
caribou,
so
no
depressing.
nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
nothing-
animals don't live there.
All you do is sit around in the car.
Yeah, but that's what people used to do before TVs and shit like that.
No, because people around here would pick berries and do all kinds of.
You don't think they
What
go
the-
and do shit?
There's no berries up there.
There's nothing to do. What are they going to do? Go out and
man.
freeze to death?
Why can't
They
you
go
live
up-
there? Because
they
there's no
go out
berries
and-
up there.
They go out and kill the bears.
That's about all there is left. That or
They
fish.
share a Coca-Cola with the bear.
Only
So-
at Christmas time,
I
damn
bet
it.
the
sent you-
fishing's
I
awesome,
sent you
though.
a message there, Mr. Junkers.
Oh,
It's
Pronounce
a holiday.
that name. Because I love it when
You
people
prep
pronounce
for a
this name.
holiday, Chef Tea Tree.
Well, let me go grab my phone. Give me a second. I hear my menu.
Jeff Shade Tree, buddy. How you doing?
what do you?
Des Moines.
I should be
It's
editing
Des
the
Moines.
video.
Des Moines?
Des Moines, as in Iowa.
Yeah, Des Moines, Iowa.
Look at
We
you
saying
being
it
all
wrong?
proper.
How do you say it?
Mongrels is back. We're going to send it to him.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm sorry, my redneck heritage isn't good enough for you. This on these.
All right, send it to Mongrels now. He can try to read it, and we'll see if everybody's good at pronunciations.
Des
Yeah, but
Moines? Des Moines?
You're wrong.
Well, he's got the D right.
He's got the D right. Everybody goes
Oh.
Des Moines. Everybody wants to be like Des Moines, Iowa. No, it's Des Moines.
Yeah, Des Moines.
The S's are silent.
Oh, the S is silent. And okay.
Just take the damn ass
I
out
know
then.
one.
Then
Now,
it just Des Moines.
now, if you asked me to spell that,
Oh, you're.
I got
you're
nothing.
I'd
Took
be
me
No
like,
letters.
I was in the 7th grade before I could
What'd I say?
spell that capital.
You see, I'm from the east coast of Canada originally, so I have a bit of a different accent than the people out here. Even now, most of it's gone, but there's an odd
Worcester.
word that, like for example, theater versus I used to say theater. That's just how they pronounce. Hey, y'all want to go to
We
the
say
theater?
theater here. That's how I would say it, theater.
To everyone.
But I got a beat out of me pretty much.
You know, I think you're actually spelling that wrong.
Huh?
So, what was I getting? I was going to say something. I forgot what we was talking about.
Worcester?
Are you
No,
talking
it's
about
that-
the sauce?
I'm talking about the Massachusetts city. This one gets people.
You talking about the sauce?
Yeah.
Abba?
Ah,
Well, Worcestershire sauce.
Abba.
Wash your sister sauce. You
Whoa.
seen that guy?
I've never heard that one before.
You've
but all
never
right.
seen that? That was on TikTok. That was a TikTok thing.
He is from Tennessee, so.
yeah.
It was hilarious. That's Kentucky. It's
Worcestershire
Kentucky for a
sauce,
reason.
huh?
So,
Oof.
wait. I wanted to send it to everyone to give everyone a chance. but I can't
Aluminum.
find everyone.
Aluminum.
Aluminum.
Aluminium.
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 I don't know why, but I got Christmas music in my head. Did you?
Because you were
No.
talking about polar bears.
It must be because all I can hear
Polar
is
bears,
Shade
Coca-Cola.
Tree's talking about a holiday.
I sent it to everyone. Everyone gets
No,
a chance.
that's one of those. That's one of the Mandela effect things. If you say polar bears, people would think Coca-Cola, Christmas time, because that's when the Coca-Cola bears were around, Christmas time. Yeah, now
Have
you're
any
thinking about it.
guesses, Steve?
Worcester.
Worcester.
The town in Massachusetts is actually pronounced Worcester.
I would never get it from that spelling.
Right? Worcester.
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 Too.
Huh?
There's a Worcester out too.
I don't think it's in Mass, though.
Now, how do you say New Orleans?
No
New
worries.
Oh, that's a bad one.
Nolens.
Nolans.
Nolens.
Orleans.
Got down there and the heat and stuff.
So
No
the
one.
street I grew up on when I was a kid was Tuckaleechee.
Bless you.
I got a car one.
I had to learn how to spell that when I was a kid for my address. Tuckaleechee.
For your dress.
Yep. I mean, that was the street I lived on.
Here, I'll send
Yeah,
you the
there's
car
so
one.
many of them. So, and I don't know if it's just regional New England, but I know at least in our area alone, we have a lot of Native American names for things.
This is it's a Native American name.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what it reminded me of because
Yeah,
the river we have near us is called the Pemigewasset, and then we live near a place called Lake Winnipesaukee.
Am I waiting for
And
other
there's
people to get this
Winnisquam.
message, or am I pronouncing?
It's a car company. Okay.
It's Willie's.
Willie's.
Okay.
Willis.
That's what drives me nuts right there. Is you go down south and people will be like, "You seen this Willis?" It's not a Willis. It's a Willie's.
It's a Willis.
It's not a Willis.
It definitely is.
Yeah. See, this
My
guy's from
stepdad's
down
name is
south.
Willie, so that's how you
Yeah,
spell
I
Willie.
knew Forsaken Steel be over here going Willis. It's Willis.
Yep.
What are you talking about, Willis?
What was the one that
See, now
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to
need-
purposely pronounce that wrong. It's Parsani.
Holiday
So,
here in Ohio?
I
What?
had
Yeah.
someone correct me one
I'm
time.
overthinking it for sure now.
I had someone,
Parazane.
I had someone
Well, there-
correct me one time because I was talking about trucks, and I was calling it a Datsun, and they were like, "Oh no, it's a Dayun or I don't know."
So-
they made it to this
It's a
weird.
Datsun.
Dotson.
No, he
Datsun.
made it like sound Japanese, but he made
Datsun.
didn't even pronounce the D and the S. It was weird. And I was like, "What?"
I've heard it
Like-
pronounced Datsun.
So the one I sent, I'm going to be doing a video on it. It is a Canadian Pontiac.
Stop playing
Is it old enough to be the Canadian Impala Pontiac?
Oh, yes.
Yes, because they actually made those in a GM plant. So they got Impala parts, and they were Canadian only Pontiacs, but they used Impala parts.
Correct.
God dang, that's a good one.
So that is a Parisienne.
Yeah, Parisian. They made them in the United States with that name, but they weren't until the next buy styles.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right.
Yeah.
But the equivalent car in the States was the Bonneville.
Yes, but it was not the same car in Canada.
Not at all, because the Bonneville was a wide track Pontiac, and the Parisienne
Because it was a Pontiac and not
it was
an
a
Impala.
Pontiac. That's right. And the Parisienne was built on the GM platform, so it's still. So if you look at them, the tires are actually inset quite a bit in the fenders and stuff because the body's Pontiac, but all the underpinnings are GM.
So it was strictly a Canadian only, and it was developed that way as a cheaper option in Canada to get a Pontiac version of a car made in the GM plant there.
Get around the tariffs that were imposed on it. Correct.
So
And-
Brian, you hurt my belly with how hard I laughed at that comment.
Yeah, I don't know why I know that.
You told me to knock it off.
So,
Can't help it.
are you talking about Stump the Chump with Brittany? Do we really need to bring it back?
Oh God.
so
My brain is not-
Brittany doesn't seem like she's up for it.
my brain is not in stump mode. That's all.
we have another one up here called the Beaumont.
Yep.
Now
I've heard of a Beaumont. I don't know what it is. I just know the name.
I don't know why I got big into learning about Canadian only cars for a while, but I've always wanted some Canadian only vehicles. There's like a lot of people don't realize in Canada in 1967, the body style change on a 67 Chevy pickup was not in Canada. They actually kept running the 66 into 67, and they changed the tail lights of a 67 onto a 66,
Yes.
and those were a transition half year in Canada.
Well,
The
and
foosball?
it's a similar thing with the Ford trucks up here because
Yep.
I think we had the Mercury models, right?
Yep.
And they ran for the 67 Beaumont 396 4-speed, beautiful car.
Deep car knowledge, dudes.
I would definitely not mind dudes hosting a car Jeopardy, because then I can participate. And not
Yeah, but
have
I own like just obscure car knowledge.
throw
like-
it at.
What was the first car to develop an in-steering wheel cigarette dispenser?
I don't know, but where do I get one?
What?
That's a novelty right there.
Oh, come on,
I'm
guys.
gonna guess.
Why don't you know that?
It's pretty obscure.
So
I'm gonna
the
guess Mercury for no reason other
Mercedes.
No,
than it's
I bet it's a German car.
no, it's actually is Chrysler.
Chrysler, really?
that doesn't surprise me.
It is the 1942 Chrysler De Soto.
That was like borderline Irish and French. That was like Friarish.
Irish.
Like a pirate.
So that
Oh, that's a
is
Chevelle.
Beaumont. It's a Chevelle, basically. It's a
Yeah.
Beaumont.
The Ford butt tray.
Cool looking front end.
And see that. So if we look up 60, that's not a what year? That's gonna be a 68.
That Beaumont, that's
Yeah.
probably
That'd be a 68. 68 or 69.
yeah, around there.
Okay.
I don't know what year that one was. I'd have to look at it closer.
I can tell by the front.
He's into the Canadian only cars.
Oh.
Destroyer, look at your messages on Instagram.
So Chef Shade Tree says our holiday is the first
Oh, yeah.
football game of the season.
It's totally a
Foosball
68.
season.
Hall of Fame game. Foosball.
So there again, that's a Pontiac built with Chevy parts. Same thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a Chevy
Well-
Chevelle with Pontiac stuff.
It's still a GM. I'm not surprised.
Bob is
yeah.
actually at a ball game right now.
Well, the whole problem was there wasn't any Pontiac manufacturing of certain vehicles in Canada was the reason, right?
Blame Canada.
Well, yeah, it was the tariffs that were put on some of the parts. So the way they got around that is using some of the Canadian made parts.
Oh,
Yeah, and Canada didn't have prominently Pontiac manufacturing. They had Chevy essentially.
No, we had Pontiac.
Okay.
But we
Bathroom. I don't want him to use it inside, but I don't want him
I
out.
don't
My
have to-
my basic understanding of it is there was General Motors manufacturing plants in Canada, but they didn't manufacture a lot of the Pontiac parts.
correct. They didn't
Oh.
manufacture the parts.
Yeah, they manufactured a lot of Chevy parts of the GM lineup. So because they had to import those parts from America to put on the Pontiac cars became prominently a Chevy car with Pontiac badging and Pontiac changes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then they could still sell the cheaper brand Pontiac instead of just selling you a more expensive Chevy.
And that was actually one of the appeals because a lot of them actually made it down to the States because they were cheaper.
Correct.
And so it's not that they never got into the States at all. It's that they were quite a bit cheaper compared to their American
Well,
counterparts.
And the production numbers are insanely lower.
Car
Yes.
knowledge.
Go figure on a car channel.
I'm sorry. I haven't been watching anybody's videos. I've been extremely busy with this Falcon.
Whoa, that is a
Hefty.
big pill bottle right there. That's grandma's pill bottle right there. You see that thing?
Here, bro. All
I'd
right, I'll-
forget how to walk on those pills.
well, they're not that big.
Good Lord. Is that suppository?
Listen, we don't need to see you take that. If it
I'm just saying that's all the bigger I'd want a suppository to be. So
yeah.
I got the Beatus.
the beaties.
I got the Beatus.
Do you got an actual pump, or is it just pills, or do you got to take shots? Like what's?
Not. I just have pills right now.
Okay, so that just lowers your. All right.
Yeah, the A1C.
You got the borderline diabetes.
Well, no, I've got diabetes, but I don't have the insulin
Yeah.
diabetes. So
I think you
learned-
offend people that have the diabetes when you say that.
I
'Cause I know the people that got like a pump attached to them, and they're like, "This pump goes off and I die." You know, kind of diabetes.
well, I'm not.
My sister-in-law, she has one of those.
Yeah, exactly. They got the beaties.
Yeah, that's hardcore. You're not producing any insulin whatsoever at that point.
That's type 1.
Yeah, she's type 1.
No disrespect. I just call it the Beaties to make myself feel a little better.
I know. I'm just giving you crap.
So my uncle's nickname was Beatus, but it has nothing to do with that. So
Was it Wilford Brimley?
no, it was before Wilford Brimley was really saying much about the Beatus. Is when he got his nickname. It would have been in the 50s, I guess.
My
So.
bad.
Car's
oh,
back.
no. Look who it is.
Oh my goodness! Don't let anybody in
Hey.
here.
Take the
They
hat
will.
off. Take that hat off.
See how he doesn't put a cover on that car? Weird.
Huh?
Wait a minute, we didn't get the close up.
My background. Hold on.
Yeah, I was like, fix that. It's all blurry.
There you
There.
go. That's much better.
If you could blur the foreground but keep the background clear, that'd be perfect.
Is that better?
Oh, the view got much better. Yeah.
Oh, that's so much better. Yeah.
Here, let me get rid of my cover for my hood. Hold on.
Hey, Destroyer. Oh, he's not even listening.
He's not listening to you. Goosh. That door ain't fiberglass.
No, and it shuts so nice though. For a race car, it shuts really good.
Hey, Destroyer.
Yeah.
I just realized you have more insulation in your doors than I do in my entire garage.
Because he's trying to keep it cold, not warm.
Yeah, it gets 100 and death out here.
I rolled my portable air conditioner into my garage. It actually worked very well.
You know, portable air conditioners these days, I've been really impressed because they started putting DC converters in them.
Yeah.
And they take so much less power and they work so much better than one of 10 years ago. Like I remember turning on portable air conditioners 10 years ago and having to have like 2 drains and just sitting there and it'd kill your power bill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, no,
yes.
this one's pretty good. I just run the hose out the cat door and crank her up, and
Yeah, but they sell ones now that don't even have a drain.
Really?
Yeah, you have to empty them though.
Well, yeah, but
Well, mine doesn't.
But that just means it's producing so little condensation that it only fills up a bucket. That's amazing.
Well, mine
Yes,
doesn't.
Bob, this is a
Mine's
lot
one of
of-
those. It doesn't have a lot of moisture that it produces, but you still have to run the vent hose out, right?
Yeah.
Because it's venting off the hot air from the.
Yeah.
So I went on eBay and I picked up a mini split
yeah.
for like a little over $500. I installed it. Super easy to install, and my entire house is cold. It's never been cold in the summertime.
I got a
And-
buddy that wants to put a mini split in my garage because he comes over.
Totally
and helps
worth it.
me. He's just like, why don't you have one of these? And I'm
Do
like,
it.
because I don't want it. He's like, I don't want to come hang out with you because it's hot. And I said, I don't like you anyway.
That's why it's hot.
But dudes, you don't have to kill yourself with that heater in the wintertime because you can just turn that on.
Well, that's it. So he's gonna sell me one because he's got one in his garage and he's upgrading it. And he said his is a heat pump and air conditioner. Does both.
Yeah.
So I can essentially run it for low heat if I don't want to fire up all the extra stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of on the fence. I'm just gonna say screw you to my insurance company and put in a wood burner, which they really don't like me doing. But I'm just not gonna tell them.
Oh yeah,
So-
no, I know. I've had a pellet stove
They're
for
great.
like 12 years. They don't know.
Because I live by 25 acres of trees, and I cut trees on the side for extra money. So trees are free.
Trees are
Right.
free for you. That'll be easy. I mean, the garage I worked in, the wood stove. I love the thing. Worst part's first thing in the morning, getting it warm enough to where your teeth chattering. After that, it's fine.
Yep. I want to build a rocket stove is what I'm looking at doing.
It's the volume down.
Oh,
Rocket stove. Oh, sorry.
Rocket
What's the next
across
line?
America. Oh,
Yes.
Oh no, but I'm telling you, they're worth it.
see, if I ever had a big shop, I would build a large rocket stove with a concrete hearth that everybody could sit on, and then actually tunnel everything through the hearth, and then use it as a hot stone to emit heat.
that'd be kind of cool.
That's a word we should be tackling right there.
Am I saying it wrong?
I don't know. I'm curious to hear how everyone else says it.
Does
What
anybody
word
know
is
what a hearth is?
Hearth.
I know what a hearth.
Arse.
Yeah, I got hearth. I got one in the house.
Me too. Yeah, I've got a wood burning, like New Englander stove insert in this fireplace here. Ain't no way I'd ever fire that thing up. It was put in the 70s. I bet it's never been
Oh,
cleaned.
come on
I
now.
rent this place, so
I bet that thing works perfect.
So
probably does.
there was a
Creosote
guy
log.
that he had this big old furnace in his basement that was a wood burning furnace. That's how he heated his house for the last 40 years. And that's all his house was ever heated by was a wood burning furnace. And this was an actual bought wood burning furnace like that they would install in homes in the 50s. And he came to me and he's like, "You know how to run gas lines? Because I got a gas tap that I can tap off of and run gas to a new furnace and put a new furnace in my garage and in my house." Because he was actually venting the wood burning furnace all the way out through a carport and into his garage to heat his garage with this wood burning furnace. And it heated it. That's how big and ridiculous this thing is.
Wow.
And he said, "You help me run this gas pipe and wire in these furnaces, you can have that thing." And I'm just like, okay. I regret that deal because we moved it and it took 6 guys.
Lines of cement.
Yeah. And I put it in my lower garage because I was going to hook it up. And I decided that thing's good for like 2,500 square feet. It's way too much for my garage. And it just sits in there taking up space now. And I'm just like, I need to sell that thing.
Make it work.
My wife's grandfather heated his house with a wood burning stove. He's upstate New York, and that's all he ever had, the best I know. But
oh yeah, I've seen some old farmhouses just with a stove.
Yeah,
that's what I grew up with, and then I moved into a house like that in Illinois before I moved out to Arizona. That's the last heat I had was on an acorn firewood stove.
Yeah, his stove was beautiful. It had it was an old stove that he had. So he restored stoves and sold them.
Yep.
And the one he had put in his house had like a Western scene, had a train on the side of it. It was a beautiful thing. I was like, they'd never build anything like that now. All that extra work just to make your stove pretty. But it was gorgeous.
The new ones have aluminum doors.
Really?
Oh wow. Have you ever melted an aluminum can in a tin can?
Oh yeah.
No. Melt an aluminum can in a tin can. You could. I mean, the melting point is different enough. Grady's showing off his ingot.
Yeah.
I haven't. I don't know the proper name for it. I know I'm going to say it wrong, but we have one because my mother and father collect antiques and they've sold antiques. They go to auctions all the time. So they bought old cast iron stoves and stuff. They're worth a bunch of money. And if you get ones that are porcelain coated and all this stuff, they're worth a ton of money. So they picked up a stove one time that they've yet to sell because nobody will give them what they think it's worth. But it's a portable stove, and that's what it's a portable range oven is what they call it. And gas stove, but not in the way you think of gas. It tells you can actually put kerosene, gasoline, and all these different burning oils in it. And then you fill up a canister on the end like a little tank, and then you pressurize it, and then it feeds through these tubes and then ignites in these tubes in the oven and heats the oven that way.
That had to be early.
Oh, it was
gas
20s.
burning.
Yeah, it was 20s.
So I wonder if that was actually intended to burn like well oil.
I don't know, but I've thought about it's in beautiful condition. And my dad's like, we should put something in there and pressurize it and see if it burns. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
You're going to pressurize it and it's going to blow up. Like, that's what's going to happen.
It's probably all compression fittings, though. It's probably not got any kind of seals or anything. So it might be all right.
It looks like an old, like a tire pump on the side. You just kind of and then you ignite
That's kind
it.
of cool.
And then you're supposed to pump it up every so many minutes to keep the pressure. And it's like, I'd never seen anything like it until they bought it. I'm like, that's nuts. Like, who the heck was baking pies in one of these? And they have a sales brochure they downloaded for it to have with it. And right in the sales brochure, take your oven anywhere. And they show it like in the pictures out on a park. You know, just like, look at my gas oven.
I'm out here baking pies.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Dude, you need to do a video with it. Like, start hauling it around. Just start making stuff in the middle of random places.
Just wherever you're at. It's portable, so.
When dudes with wrenches gets hungry.
Yeah, but I bet it would work better than putting a styrofoam container on top of a portable heater, eh, dudes?
Right? That was a bad night. That food tasted horrible.
I bet it did.
It was all styrofoamy.
Yeah, big block.
Big blocks here.
What's up, man?
So,
Yeah, Brian, there's still a lot of wood burning, pellet burning stoves, stuff like that up here.
I was told up in like the Maine area, like up in Maine, they use a lot of oil burning stoves. Is that true?
I don't think so. I think it's more wood up this way than anything.
Because I've read a lot of articles that have talked about they still sell heating oil up in that area pretty regularly.
Well, I guess that makes sense in some ways because we have a lot of elderly. When you think about it,
Yeah, because they can't be doing wood,
right?
and they don't
I-
have
I'm
natural
not-
gas, and they don't have electric, and
Natural gas has become a kind of a thing, at least in this town. I have the hookup, but I don't use it.
Well, we're all
we don't want to.
natural
It's
up here.
through the roof now, so
I imagine it is.
Used
I
to be
can't wait to
affordable.
see what I'm going to be paying pellets this year.
Oh,
It's going to be a lot.
so I know a guy that drives truck, and he heats his house with a pellet. And I don't know how the city lets him get away with it. So he'll back his semi up down his driveway, and then he'll essentially throw a pallet down on the ground, and then he'll start taking stacked pellets on pallets and just stacking them on this pallet until they reach the second-story deck on his house.
Wow.
And then they'll just slowly dwindle down through winter. And then by the end of the winter, it's gone. And then when he gets them again, he gets them cheap. He just goes over there and stacks them up. You'll drive by his house, and it's right on the street-facing side of the house. And you're just like, I know where I'm going to go steal some pellets at night.
Oh shit! Right?
Huh, Donald, that's kind of crazy. He says illegal to put it in an open fireplace in their house in Australia.
That's nuts.
Really?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Tank pressurized. Huh.
They made it illegal so they can make money off you.
Probably.
Yeah.
Right.
There's probably, I don't know. See, some places I could see where that's legal if the houses were really close together and there was some massive fire that somebody created. Like, chimney fires are a big deal if you
Yep.
don't properly
they suck.
maintain it. Yeah.
I caught one on fire once. Yes, I know.
I kind of remember going camping with my father as a young boy,
As
and
a young man.
and he was pressurized. He would pressurize. I know.
You would
it was
do
a-
what? Make that
You-
gesture again.
But I remember something like that as a kid. So when somebody said,
By that
"Oh,"
gesture, I think it's a repressed memory, but go on.
well,
I think it's relieving
That's
pressure, not pressurizing.
that would be so bad. That's worse than my beaties thing.
Donald said that there's too many idiots that didn't have ventilation.
That's
Wow.
probably true.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
They're
an
not
issue.
idiots for long because
There was,
you do that and that's the end of you.
We had some weirdo homeless people that were living in cars in our area, and they what were they using? Like a small propane heater, and they would just put it in the car and just let it heat the car in the middle of winter and go to sleep. They died.
Forever.
Well, they go to sleep.
Yeah, they
Dirt
went to
nap?
sleep. Didn't wake back up.
The
Well,
dirt nap.
And the worst part is,
Natural-
like, they found them, and like they said, it had pretty much carbon dioxide poisoning, obviously.
Yeah.
But the whole vehicle was full of soot. Like, it was burning so unclean and smoky. It's like, how would you just be like, seems fine, let's go to sleep.
It's natural selection.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Sounds like my aunt. Natural selection doesn't always work, though.
Well,
Sounds like my aunt. That's
you can only hope. You can only hope, dude.
You can only hope. You can only hope.
Only hope.
Oh, Lord.
I can tell you a funny story about some people I know. It's too good.
Now, don't be telling any of the build stories on live chat.
All right, I'm gonna say it. I don't like to talk badly about my family, but some of them are idiots. So my family is full of an occasional drug dealer and drug user. This one's both. So her and her boyfriend decided to go and get some money back from some people that didn't pay up for the drugs they may have acquired from them. So they thought it'd be a good idea because they can't own firearms because they've been arrested. You gotta get these people to give you your money by threatening them with live mortars from a fireworks store.
Oh boy.
That's a
And
hell
you-
of a threat.
And you do that by sitting in your H2 with your big 22-inch wheels because you're a drug dealer in front of their house and you yell at them, "Get your ass out here, give me my money, or I'm going to throw this thing into your house." And you light it. And then you keep putting it out as yeah, see, I could light this and throw it in your house.
I can see where this is going.
Yeah.
So things happened. And they were getting a little heated with the person they were trying to get stuff out of. At one point, they rolled up the windows. And they forgot they had rolled up the windows because they also did drugs. They lit the mortar. And then they threw the mortar. And when it bounced off the glass back at them, this created a problem that needed to be addressed quite quickly. So her boyfriend essentially dove over the center console, grabbed her, and they fell out the driver's door as the mortar exploded inside the H2's passenger floorboard. Now, mind you, this gets worse because the box of the rest of the mortars is on the passenger floorboard. Now, if you're trying to elude things like police while trying to get money from people you sell drugs to, while threatening them with mortars, these are all probably bad decisions. So, you don't, get back in your truck that's now on fire. You just leave.
Yeah.
And you let your truck burn.
To the ground.
In the middle of the street. Now, mind you, the people who they sold drugs to went and got a fire extinguisher and put their truck out. And then stole it from them. And then the story was they stole our Hummer and we had to go get it back. Well, how did they steal it? Well, let me tell you about the mortar incident.
Oh, man.
They did acquire the Hummer back because, fire damage is a fickle thing and it stopped running.
It's weird.
Strange. Very strange.
And then it makes me go, well, this is why I don't do two things: buy drugs or sell drugs.
Yep.
Fair enough. So the moral of the story is just don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs.
See? And now you know.
Drugs bad.
It was real bad. Makes you tell stories that just shouldn't exist.
This is one of the things I miss about that Volvo build is all the good stories you had, dudes. That's why I didn't get much sleep. It kept us up telling good stories.
Oh, I could sit and listen for hours.
Oh yeah, it was quite entertaining.
I know too many shitty people in life.
Put the garden hose down it. Jeez.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to sign off. Y'all have a great night. It's great seeing everybody.
Yeah, have a
Yeah,
good
good one for second. Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Talk to y'all later.
See you later, buddy.
Later. And then there was 4.
I was just going to say that.
I was going to say it too.
So, dudes, did you ever play with ham radio growing up?
I played with CB radios, but never a ham radio.
I did.
And we had a base station that would go for miles.
Oh, yeah.
Because my grandparents ran a motorhome sales, and they actually had multiple locations, and they ran a base station CB system out of their farmhouse, and it actually reached to the sales location, so they could get on the CB and talk back to the house instead of using the house phone.
Wow.
Yeah. So we had a power antenna that was like 25 feet tall.
That's awesome.
So my dad's done ham radio before I was even around. But I never really got into it.
I asked that because my cousin from Iowa, he lived in Clinton, Iowa.
Yep.
Him and all of his buddies, that was like their thing. They were like knee deep in ham radio. Like every time we went over there, it's like, what are you doing with the ham radio now?
That's originally where the internet started, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh no, they had their own podcast type thing going on where they talk to a bunch of people and shit. I'm like, okay, wow.
So if you've gone to Clinton then, right? You've
Oh
been
yeah.
there.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. I frequented old Clinton, Iowa. That is one of the worst smelling cities
Absolutely.
anywhere. They make dog food there. And the ingredients
that's where they worked, yeah.
Yeah. That dog food plant is bad. Like, you ever stick your face into a bag of fresh dog food and you're just like, oh, this isn't a good flavor. It's like a greasy, nasty smell. Now think about a whole city just like with a chimney that just puffs that out. Ugh.
It's like out in, what was the name of that place?
Because that sucks.
There's a place just north of where I used to live in Illinois. It was the Hormel factory.
Yeah.
Hormel chili.
We had a John Morrell factory in Sioux City. Sioux City got a name, Sewer City. And that's what we were known by forever, because the John Morrell plant was right on the interstate. And when you drove by the John Morrell plant, the odor would be so bad that it smelled like sewage.
Dude, I remember driving past that. I remember that smell on the highway. I'm not kidding.
Yep. And then
I didn't know what that was.
City
I was like,
forever was known as Sewer City because they just dead carcasses and just mashed up. It was.
Yeah.
We also have a plant in town still that makes what they call peanut butter, and that's just the slang name for it. But it's filler for food additives in other countries because the FDA doesn't let you use it here. And they take up all the dead stuff from all the different produce and produce companies and pig farms and all this stuff, and they mill up all the dead animals into what they call peanut butter, and then they ship it overseas in frozen blocks, and then they use it as food fillers.
And then they send it back to us to eat.
I don't want to eat that because the smell, they have ventilation fans and odorizers to remove the odor that's put in the air because it will make you nauseous when it hits you.
Ugh.
That's pretty cool. Hey, Donald?
Yeah, Donald, that's awesome.
My uncle used to have a CB. They used to get cards from Russia. Okay. Cards, what does that mean? America and a lot, I can't remember.
Back in my day, a buddy of mine got into CB radios heavy. Oh, sorry, that's... I'm making up a voice now.
You know what the weird thing is even when cell phones were around, I owned a lot of old trucks that had CBs in them. It's just super common thing.
I was just going to say that when I was a younger kid, cell phones were just coming out.
Yeah.
Like getting popular. And I couldn't afford one, so all my buddies
$20.
Nah, man.
We had CBs in all the farm trucks. Every truck you'd buy had a CB on it. And yeah, we would just talk to each other on CBs all the time.
Yeah, it was pretty common here too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I couldn't afford a cell phone. Go ahead.
The card comment that
I'm
not sure.
I think like actual cards, like you get a Christmas card type or a
that's what I'm getting.
Oh, okay.
You know, when people used to handwrite things to you and send it in the mail. You had pen pals.
We still do Christmas cards, for friends and family up here.
Yeah, we do too.
See,
it's dying, but
it should die.
He said business cards. Yeah.
Dude sounds a little spicy against it.
So the Smucker's plant and peanut butters, like actual good smelling plants, we have Wells Dairy up in Lamar's, Iowa, and they make all the waffle cones and ice creams. That whole town smells delicious.
Oh yeah. You're like, I have to get a waffle cone.
Yeah, you're just up there like, I like the smell of this place.
Good girl. Good girl.
And then North Sioux City, they make all the Girl Scout cookies. All the Girl Scout cookies are made in South Dakota, just north of us. And when they're making full bore for Girl Scout cookie season, that's all you smell. It's like Thin Mints and.
Do you get fatter just smelling it?
Well, here's the best part. You can go up to the factory and buy seconds, and you can get a 5-pound box of Girl Scout cookies for like $2.
Oh.
That's dangerous.
Wow. I'd be like Pepe Le Pew. You just see me floating through the air with the sexy nose.
Yeah, how many
Hey,
people?
Donald, I wonder if my father wonder if my father ever talked to him. That would have been a small world.
I'll be dipped.
Who is
Okay.
watching Vice Script?
Who's someone's
That's my notification on my phone.
Oh, that's all be.
It's not Vice Grip though, is it?
Yeah,
Oh
Oh, sounded like a different voice.
he says it's slow. Now, my brother lived right next to the chip plant in Rockford, Illinois, and
Yep.
I'd go to his house, and he would have 5-gallon buckets that he would
Yep.
get
Well,
of chips.
and I know
No
a guy.
label on it, just a cardboard bucket, and you're like, "What is that?" And he's like, "Want some chips?"
Yeah, Frito-Lay was all about just eat whatever you want right off the line. They don't care.
Yep.
Really?
And I know a lot of guys that used to work in Rockford, and they'd say the same thing. They're like, the best Fritos you can ever eat are fresh right off the line. And they started telling me if you're going to eat like chili cheese Fritos, let's say,
Yeah.
heat them up in the microwave a little bit so the grease heats up, and then the flavor is way better because it's not congealed.
So if you make walking tacos, get yourself some chili cheese Fritos, take and put them in the microwave for a second, get them warm,
Yep.
throw them back in, obviously not in the bag, but throw them back in the bag, then take meat and chuck your chili meat in there. You got walking chili, or you could do tacos, walking tacos. Oh
Yep.
man, eat it right out of the bag. Woo.
So what I'll do is I'll heat up chili cheese Fritos and then crush them, and then put them on top of a chili dog with cheese and onions.
Oh, that's it.
nice.
I'm on a diet, guys. You're killing me.
He's like, shut up.
I'm on a diet. It's a seafood diet.
I gotta go check my poor man's chili pretty soon. I'm cooking it in a slow
Chili. What does
cooker right
that
now.
mean?
Oh yeah.
But that's where I just throw anything in there that I have lying around the house still.
Like the cat, or
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Hamster's been pissing off this week. That's going in.
yeah. I got 7 new kittens here. Gotta use them up somehow.
yeah, damn disease-ridden animals.
Hey, if anything can make them taste good, a slow cooker is the way to go.
Oh yeah.
So here's
I do it
my
all the
new
time.
thing. I do short order stuff. Like I'm not a big let's cook kind of guy. I do short order stuff. So sandwiches and like little things that I make. So I can make like an insanely good grilled cheese. That's just way over the top, and you probably shouldn't eat too many of them because it'll probably kill you. So
Whoa,
I've
Cantaloupe.
come up with a new one that I've been trying to perfect, and I'll get closer to getting it here soon. But it's a pizza sandwich. And I have a bunch of expensive cheeses and pepperonis, and then I essentially make a grilled cheese with cheese and pepperoni, and makes a pizza sandwich.
Ooh,
And
I
it's
like that.
Interesting.
good.
I seem to recall going
Brittany's
someplace where I
killing
was supposed to
your
get some grilled cheese sandwiches.
I know it didn't happen. It's like we got really busy or something.
Like you guys had something to do.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know. I don't know what we were doing.
So when we get real crazy, I can just buy some freshly made bread from the Walmart or whatever, and it works out. But what I'll do is I'll actually make bread. So I'll make like some Texas toast style bread loaf, and then we'll season it with about 6 different seasonings on the bread, and then we'll cut it into thick pieces, and we'll grill those, and we'll do that with like a heavy organic butter, and then I'll put Havarti cheese, white
that's it.
cheddar, and then some mozzarella on there. And then I'll put chopped onions and bacon in there too. And that's a grilled cheese.
That's good.
Yeah.
She had me at bacon.
See, I can still eat bacon.
Oh, that's most of my diet is bacon.
It's kind of like a keto thing that I'm trying. Well, I'm not trying it.
Oh, that works good.
Yeah.
I like
28
Big
pounds.
Block's diet. That's the
28
diet I
pounds.
can do.
What's that?
I like Big Block's diet. That's a diet I could do.
Yeah.
Carnivore. Oh yeah.
Well,
That
that's
was for
keto.
me.
I mean, if
I
you just
took
eat just meat,
steak.
that's a keto diet pretty much.
I lost, so about 5 years ago, I lost about 100 pounds on it. I gained most of that 100 back, but it could be done.
You know.
The problem is nowadays the shit's getting so expensive.
Oh,
You
It's
got it.
ridiculous. You go buy a steak, it's like, what the hell?
well, I'm
I've been
hungry.
thinking
I
about
buy
just-
a cow. I could buy my own cow and have it butchered cheaper.
I've been on the fence about just rustling some cattle, out in
What's
the
going
night.
on, Bill?
Hey,
Yeah,
Bill,
Where'd you get that cow? Don't you worry about where I got this cow.
Mind
I
you,
know
come over,
people that have been
come over for
doing that
steaks later.
because it is cheaper.
that might, spice up your videos a little bit. You get a cow in the background.
Well, that's my wife. So she wanted to buy a bigger deep freeze for a while. And I'm like, why? And she goes, I have a friend, and we both have friends that are farmer people. And, like, we can just get half a cow for $450. And I'm just like, I don't want half a cow. Because there's a lot of parts of half a cow I won't eat.
Yeah.
Really? Eat it all. Doesn't matter.
No.
I got a half a pig.
So here's the funny thing about me. I used to eat a lot of red meat, but then I got to the point where I was vegan for like 2 years. And when I went back to eating meat, I don't eat a lot of red meat. I eat a lot of chicken. But I'll eat a steak probably 3 times a year. That's it.
Oh,
I don't eat a lot.
I gotta
of
have
red
it once
meat
a week.
anymore.
Yeah,
that's my parents. I grew up eating steak like constantly. You open my mom and dad's freezer and they got like 2 cows worth of meat in there all the time. I'm like, you're 2 people. What are you doing?
That's Brittany. She loves steak. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
I like it. I just don't digest it very well anymore.
That's my problem anymore. Like after my
So
gallbladder got taken out.
I found a secret to that.
Oh yeah.
If you get a real pork steak and cook it like a steak, you will hardly know the difference. But I cook them on a smoker. Oh my God, you would not. I give it to my kids and they're like, "Oh, this is really good steak." I'm like, "Yep."
Yep.
I always wondered what kangaroo tasted like.
Bison. That's what I've been eating lately, and that
Bison's
is amazing.
Yep.
It's
So we have
amazing.
a butchery that does all these different animals. So I've gone in there and bought little bits of different animals, like kangaroo and alligator and all the stuff they sell. And, for the most part, none of it is really, some of it'll taste a little more gamey than the next thing, but I could lie to anybody and be like, yeah, this is alligator. And I could just give them chicken. They ain't gonna know the difference.
No. Yeah, I've had alligator. It's like, let's see.
Yeah.
It's like eating a frog leg. Ooh.
Yeah.
It's chicken.
Now, like octopus, I
Greasy
like
chicken.
calamari, that has its
calamari I
own
like.
texture.
That's a rubber band to me.
Exactly.
I've never had good calamari. No.
I've had it a couple times good, but seafood in Iowa is not fresh. I'll tell you that.
Ooh,
When I went down to New Orleans, I had the alligator, and it was the same type of thing. I went in one place and it was so rubbery and chewy and just disgusting that I almost didn't try it again. But I went to another place and it was fantastic, and it's surprising the difference you can get at the different restaurants. It's the same thing with calamari. I've ate just nasty calamari before, but I've had plenty of places where it's fantastic. It's not rubbery or chewy. Now, octopus, on the other hand, it's always rubbery and chewy. It tastes like a tire.
Yep.
I'm good with either of those. But you want good seafood to come up New England.
Oh.
Well, you got to be somewhere near water, I would assume.
That's the thing. Even in Arizona, I'm 4 hours away from the Gulf, and I'm not, unless there was only one person I get it from, and he drives this van with no windows, looks horrible, and has a hand-painted sign. It's looks like, oh my gosh, you would get salmonella in a minute. It is the best food ever. Him and his dad have their own boat right on the Gulf, and they have people on the boat that as soon as it's caught, they like shrimp and all that stuff. They'll devein it and they flash freeze it right there, and then they bring it straight up and sell it to you. You still taste the seawater. It's like, oh my God, it's so good.
Wow.
I just had a lobster like that. Mom brought it back from Nova Scotia. And that was amazing. Best lobster I ever had. I went out on the lobster boat for the day, and then it was a friend of the family. And then I came back, and it's like, which lobsters you guys want? Well, that one, that one, that one. Went straight from the boat to the house and cooked them.
That's how you eat.
Awesome.
Wasted
That's how
talents in
seafood
here.
should be. Wasted. Holy cow.
I know.
Where's he at?
Whose internet are you stealing?
I'm leaving.
Can you dogs stop?
So there's a I don't remember the name of it. I have a friend who's a butcher, so he knows all this shit better than me. And he's like, you got to try this cut of steak. You'll love it. And it's like a shoulder cut. And it's actually part of your sirloin, but it's like the tenderloin portion. So it's pretty much all tenderloin, but they don't cut it that way because it ruins like 4 other cuts of steak when you get it. So I had a butcher that I'd go in and they'd say, hey, we won't cut those steaks that way because it ruins 4 other cuts to cut that one piece into a singular steak. So they'd make you buy $75 worth of meat to get that cut. And we
Bill
do
knows.
that just to get these cuts, and they make amazing steaks. And that butcher sold out to another guy. And the first time I went in there and I said, "Hey, I want this cut," and he's like, "We don't do that." And I'm like, "No, I've gotten it before. They just make me pay for everything." And he's like, "I don't think you can afford that." And that's when I was just like, "All right, we're done here. Like,
Right.
I won't be back because I'm more than willing to give you $90 for meat, and I'm only getting 4 steaks."
Right.
Own internet.
But I can't remember the name of the cut, but if you could ever get a butcher to give it to you, it does make the best steaks, but it's not a traditional cut, and they call it like a shoulder steak something. And it's like all tenderloin in one
You
piece.
gotta find the name of it. My neighbor is a butcher.
Yeah. I call my buddy. It has a name, and it's, oh my God. You cook it up, and you can literally just pull it apart. You don't even need a knife. It's just, it's
Nice.
amazing.
I've had a Wagyu steak that was like that. That was amazing. Of course,
Still
was
haven't tried it.
expensive. Oh, it's good.
Okay, now you guys have made me hungry, so I'm gonna have to.
Oh, I'm getting hungry too. I haven't eaten yet.
I'm gonna go eat.
I'm
But
just
thanks for
not,
having me on, Junkers.
Thank you very much for coming in, man.
Good
Be
talking
good,
to you
Montrose.
guys.
See you later.
Have a great one, everyone in the chat.
later. I've been drinking these Carnation instant breakfasts with all these, protein and stuff in them.
I haven't had that in years.
I learned to live on it when I was really poor, and I got in a couple accidents to where I had to have some kind of, things to make my body better.
Yeah.
So I drink it all the time as like a breakfast because I don't eat breakfast very often.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, and I try to do that just so I'm getting proteins or protein shake or something just to kind of keep my body moving for the day. But lately, because my wife's been gone and I'm lazy, that's what I've been eating for dinner too. So
Oh shit.
it's a whole lot like, what did you eat today? I don't remember.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's what we're going with. I'm the
I
worst.
usually
I'm the worst with that.
I do muscle milk in the morning for breakfast.
Yep, that's a good one too.
That's all I have. I have one of those in the morning. I'm not hungry until like 1 in the afternoon.
See, here's the thing about me though. So I don't eat in the morning, and I can't eat in the afternoon or I won't eat dinner. So I'll eat at like 11. So I get up at 5 and then I'll eat at about 11 o'clock. And if I go to lunch at 11, that's right when everybody's opening up and you don't have to wait, you don't have to nothing, and you just first to sit down, fresh food, and you eat and you leave before it ever even gets crowded. And then you go right back to work, and then you got enough day left at work that you don't feel bogged down by lunch,
I
Hey,
hear
Donald, thanks for
The
coming
3
in.
o'clock snooze.
New videos coming up probably after this or tomorrow morning. Don't know which one yet.
Or tomorrow morning.
You
Later.
never know.
It's
Later
almost
in the show.
done. Almost done.
How almost done is it?
It's probably about 96% done.
So what you're saying it's partially almost done.
It's partially almost done. If I got off now, I could probably finish it by 11.
Well, I don't want to see you get off now. That's weird.
That's awkward.
That's you brought it to that point.
A silence fell over the crowd.
What happened to the YouTube channel?
What's he doing over there so vigorously?
Is he buffing a fender?
A video.
By the way, I did upgrade today. Thank you for the tip there, dudes. I did upgrade today to 2022. I swear my computer is freaking faster from having that.
Yeah. Like
It bogged my whole entire computer down.
I was mad at my computer and I'm like, I know this computer's good. And then I updated and I'm just like, that goddamn bastards.
They did. I swear. Okay, so it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
I was like, good Lord. It's like lightning.
Yep.
It does have some cool new stuff. Some of
It
it's
does. It's not like, oh my God, this is just so much better. It's just like, oh, there's some things in here, I guess. I mean,
I like having the sound effects and all that stuff too. And
Yep.
I don't know, kind of neat. I just got it, so I haven't played with it a lot yet. But
I've been trying to play more with just picture reels. Essentially, I want to be more interactive with that because what I'd like to do moving forward is obviously I'm going to run out of things to point my camera at for shorts. So there's a lot of facts I could give, but I don't have an old Cutlass 442 sitting around. So It just comes down to I need to make a little picture show. So then here's a
Little picture
question for people of the YouTube that I don't quite know the answer to. Is it copyright when you just steal pictures from Google, or is that an open source?
Open source.
Okay, so there's no rules. If I'm yanking pictures from Google and I'm clipping them in there, I don't got to worry about nothing.
Unless there's a watermark on it, you don't have to worry.
Okay, because I was watching a lot of the YouTube creator videos trying to figure out the answer to that, and nobody would really answer it. So I'm just like, okay, this is great. Just like a lot of people like, so not to bring this up, but I watched a whole thing on tobacco use on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got some kind of stupid rules on that.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So I have a couple videos that I've put up that if they actually get big, they're going to get demonetized. Because if anybody is using tobacco in it, they can demonetize the whole video.
Well, they can make reasons to demonetize anything. And the thing is, when I have fought it, I've won every time.
Yeah. It's just I thought that was dumb because like I understand illegal substance use. But if it's not illegal.
You're of age.
Yeah.
You can purchase it.
But if you watch their creator videos that answer those exact questions, they say that Google is strongly against the advertising of tobacco of any kind. So that's why they demonetize it.
So don't hold up my pack and say, here's what you should have. Okay, I won't.
Yeah.
When I was doing TikTok religiously, you know, when everybody started doing it back.
Yeah, you got hit for the vaping.
Yeah. I don't even think that I was actually vaping. I think it was just a cloud. And
they're big against smoke is what it is.
And
if you do a burnout, they won't have it.
So stupid. It's so stupid. But that's when I decided I was done with TikTok.
So you know when I decided I was done with TikTok? When I topped out at like 20K and my videos just stopped getting views, even though they were the same videos I'd been putting up. And then TikTok kept sending me messages that said, hey, if you give us $5, we'll guarantee you 100,000 views on your video. And I went, bullshit. That's bullshit. And then they sent me this thing that says, hey, we've noticed that you're a big creator. We'll give you a free $5 video promotion for 2 days. So I said, all right, it's free. Click. That video got 40,000 views in a day. So that means if you want to pay to play, TikTok will definitely take your money.
Oh, you can pay to play on YouTube. You can pay to play on Facebook, all the platforms.
Yeah, but that
there's people who have made their entire channel paying for it.
And that's such, yeah. It just, I don't understand how that's a good way to grow, but that company is now taking advantage of creators that are just trying to make it.
All of it is a sham in a lot of ways. It's sad what it's become from what the original intent was.
Correct.
Prior to it being owned by Google, this was a legitimate platform.
Well, look at the internet. It wasn't ever meant to be what it is now.
No.
It's supposed to be a search engine. That was it.
Let's go ask Jeeves.
It's a bad engine.
Oh, ask Jeeves.
Ask Jeeves. Nice. Oh, Walleye's awesome there, Chef. Absolutely.
Go ask Jeeves. How about we all go meet each other on Friendster?
Oh, yeah. I'll fire back up my MySpace page.
Yeah.
Hey, I got to say, I loved MySpace, man. I loved doing the little code and getting all the music going. And I was like, dude, it's like a party when you can.
Man. You can still go get a MySpace page.
Yeah, my MySpace is still active.
I don't know about that.
It
I
is.
haven't checked in 20 years.
I promise you, we went over this a while back.
Huh. Yeah, MySpace has just become strictly music-based social platform.
Yeah, it's ads.
Yep. But yeah, all that stuff was a thing for a while, you know. I was a creeper on MySpace, I'll tell you that. So like I had a picture of myself, but I had photoshopped a picture of myself into the background of the picture of myself and then collaged it in a grid. So everybody's like, why are you in front of that checkerboard? And if they looked really close at a certain angle, it was pictures of me in the checkerboard behind the picture of me.
I would have never thought to do that.
I was gonna say, how much weed are you smoking, brother?
So I spent a lot of time doing art classes and photo editing and shit like that. So like it was more of an assignment that turned into a MySpace photo, and then it was just like when people caught it, they're like, "That's kind of creepy," because it was like a normal picture of me just looking normal, but the picture in the background was like evil me, like giving you a stare down, and you only caught it at certain angles visually.
Forgot my password to log in, he says.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's probably been 20 years, no exaggeration.
No, it's still there though. I swear. Go log on. Just take a second and go log on. You'll be like, what the heck? It still exists.
I'll have to remember. I have no idea what my password was. No idea.
Passwords in the 90s? Yeah, I don't got those no more.
I think mine are the same. You could totally steal my life if you wanted to.
Oh, they can steal all of our lives if they wanted to.
It wouldn't be that hard, I swear.
Because everything we talk about on lives, my phone is in front of me, and I'm not touching my phone. But as soon as I pick it up and look at anything, there's ads for everything we talked about.
Yep.
Isn't that the weirdest thing? I can't
I
stand
get mad at times and just yell at my phone.
I'm missing all these achievements.
Just
missing all
yell
those
at them.
achievements.
Okay, so like I'll occasionally log into my YouTube studio, and like right in the middle, it gives me an achievement with a little emoticon. So occasionally I'll log in, and like right now it's like new achievement, 100,000 hours of watch time. People really like the videos you're creating. And then I just realized there's a stupid arrow next to that lets me see other achievements. And I'm like, oh shit, I haven't been looking at any of the other achievements. It doesn't show me on the face front.
So you don't use YouTube, buddy?
No, why would I do that?
Oh, I do.
Tube buddy, yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
I don't look at achievements either. There we go.
Well, it's just there. I don't pay it,
I don't know. I started digging into all that stuff and was trying to educate myself, and then I realized I really don't care.
Yeah, it's about right.
Not enough.
Well, that's just it. Well, it's like I hit an achievement. So I hit 2 million views on a single video.
Mm-hmm.
And like when it hit a 1 million, that was really early on. And I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And I was like, all kind of blown away by it. And then like I was just kind of scrolling through and it told me you hit 2 million. And I'm just like, oh, I guess I missed it. Like, that's when you know it's bad, when you're like, oh, I was super cool at 1 million. At 2 million, I didn't even notice.
Whatever. It's so big now, I just forget to look.
Exactly.
Dude, what if you uploaded, a bunch of videos? I know you took a bunch of them down. But why don't you put them back up?
Because here's the reality of it, Mr. Sir. I did that. Because everybody from the YouTube verse said, man, if you got videos, just throw them back up there. If everything's screaming out like this, you'll just have watch hours for days if you put them out there. I did that for 3 weeks. I actually just took them down 2 days ago because not a single one of those videos got a single view. And in my book, those videos suck. So it's just not translating yet. So I just had to wait.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand it. How you can be that big doing essentially what you did in short form.
Yep.
You're taking the video that you've made and put it in short form, and it's huge. But you put the full video out, and they're like, nah.
I'm good.
What the hell?
Doesn't make any sense.
What if you started doing minute videos?
Well, see, that's my new goal. So when I have some dang time, because constant shorts uploading is not an easy process. It's just as time consuming. So like tonight, before I got on this, I had filmed 3 videos. I had to edit those videos and I had to have those videos ready for tomorrow. So I don't have a lot of time to edit full length videos. I have a lot of footage I don't know what to do with. So I want to start doing 3 and 4 minute videos that are very similar to my shorts. Because if the shorts work, it should work in a longer format. And I edit down 5-minute videos to make the shorts. So just leave them as a 5-minute video and put them out there as a long format video and see if they take. So that's what I want to do. But then it's like, hey, I'm filming this and I need to make a short. So now I can't turn it into a long format because I need it to be a short. So now I got to find time to film long format and shorts and edit both and post them. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I have not been keeping up with the chats. I'm sorry, guys. I just noticed that people are talking and stuff.
Well, that's where as people get bigger in YouTube, they end up hiring people to do all that.
Well, yeah, like you look at like Mortsy's Garage is a perfect example. He's never edited any of his own video. He had an editor from day one. And then you're like, well, he's blown up very quickly and he's done very well. Well, yeah, because he never had to deal with that side of it.
Yeah.
But that's a big part of it. That's just, there's a lot of people that can make great video. They can film it. They're a very good personality, but maybe they're not the best guy at editing, you know? And that editing makes the huge difference of everything.
I've definitely wondered. I've definitely wondered if I sent my, my videos to somebody, what kind of video they would make compared to me.
Well, perfect example. So everybody took footage when we did the Volvo build, and you watch anybody's video that they edited themselves from everybody's footage, and it's like a different video. None of it's the same, even though they're using the same video.
Oh yeah, yeah. The one Eric just did from 815 was completely different than what I've seen from other people.
Yeah. So, and that's another series I need to sit down and just deep dive into and edit and make a video for my channel. But at the same time, I'm just like, nah, I'm lazy.
No, your beard will be back to the size in this photo if you do that.
Yeah.
Long nights.
Well, it's like the Fairlane series. When I first originally put the Fairlane series up, those were 45 to an hour long videos because that's what everybody said. Do long videos. That's what everybody wants. Nobody watched those videos. And then I edited. So I started with like 5 to 6 hours of footage, edited it down to 45 minutes. And then I took that 45 minutes and edited it down to 7 minutes. So the rewatching and the re-editing of those videos, I probably have 12 hours in every one of those videos.
Oh yeah.
And
I took your advice from our last conversation when I was editing a video today.
Yep.
And it's going to seem like I'm rushing, like I'm hauling ass through this video. But that's the point.
Yes, and people won't acknowledge it. They'll be like, wow, this was really engaging and fast-paced.
Mm-hmm.
Like you think, because I'll think that too. I'm like, have I put too many cuts in this? And I'll start like questioning it. And then somebody else will watch and be like, no, it's cool. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well,
see, I personally like the longer videos.
Well, you're only one guy, sir.
I know. But Mortsky puts out how long videos? Like 2 hours, 2.5 hours?
Mortsky only has 100,000 subscribers.
Well, that's the thing.
Here's the thing about Mortsky you got to realize. Mortsky has a dog. That's big content pull. He's always relating everything to the dog. He has an editor. He does cutaways. Cutaways are an attention grabber. So every time you cut away to a small clip of a movie or everything, it's a Family Guy thing. That's why Family Guy did cutaways. It made Family Guy popular. So if you're going to do longer format and make it work like that, when somebody starts getting disengaged from the video, that cutaway brings them back. So if you're going to do longer format, you need to do things like cutaways and things like that where you're showing some obscure thing to relate to what you're doing.
Exactly.
So that's why it works for him. It isn't just because he's super engaging as a person. It's because he's using a lot of well-known and used editing tools.
I guess I'm just a different type of watcher.
Well, see, I don't watch anymore. I analyze. So
yeah, you turn that way over time.
Yep. I just look at a video and I naturally just go, I'm not really watching this for the content. I'm watching it for why is this working?
Yeah, especially the big videos.
Yep.
Now, if you get people like Cletus McFarlane, whatever, he can sit and paint a fence and people will watch it.
Well, and that's just it. Once you get to a certain size, I don't think it matters at that point, because you can look at a lot of bigger content creators where they have a lot of good videos, but if you really break it down and you're critical about it, you start realizing a lot of their videos aren't very good.
No.
No?
Not at all.
What?
Oh, crap. I am 2 minutes late for my meeting.
Uh-oh.
See you guys.
Bye, bud.
Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Later, dude.
Bye. Oh, jeez.
Gotta go right now.
Let's interact a little bit with the people out here.
Doop, doop.
Kyle says he prefers longer videos. I think that's the problem. I used to do really long videos, not really long, like hour, 10-minute long videos was my normal time. And I wasn't getting anywhere with it. It took me forever to edit it. I wasn't fully happy when I was done, so I'd have to go back in and change things. People weren't watching. I don't know. I don't know what people want.
So he says, I prefer long videos as well. How do you even decide 7 minutes out of all that footage is what makes the cut? I select only the footage that I feel is engaging, and just like if you watch any of my Fairlane series, you can see I had to cut a lot of stuff out of that, and I only chose the things that I felt worked.
I don't know. It sucks because like the video that I'm editing now, I have been doing daily videos. Like if I go out and work on the Falcon, that entire day that I worked on it is a video.
Yeah.
Because what I used to do was I would work until the project was done, edit all that down, and it was so long, and like I said, took forever.
My first videos, I did the same thing. And then as I got more and more, and I got more into I need to edit all this down, I take everything in a shot. So I decide I'm going to take this shot. I have the idea of how I want to make the video before I ever make it. I kind of storyboard it in my head, and then I do shots. So I'll walk up to the car and go, dudes with wrenches here, and this is what we're talking about, end. And then I'll do that about 5 times, get the best one I want out of it, and then I'll just show little clippets of things I want to point out and only film during those little scenes.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, it's a lot of footage, but it's not constantly recorded footage.
See, mine's constantly recorded.
Yeah, and potentially I could miss something cool that randomly happens, but the law of averages states cool stuff randomly happening isn't that often.
I record everything. I have 2 cameras that one is usually doing a time lapse and the other one's doing live time. You know what I mean? And what's that?
Oh,
Bill, it is stupid hot up here tonight. I mean, I wouldn't know. I got the mini split going, but it's definitely hot. I didn't even go outside today.
All right, go down one. Dudes, do you have any recent videos of the Fairlane? How much has it changed? So, if you've watched the most recent videos, that's about all you're going to see. Because as of the end of that series, there's one more video of me rewiring the back of the car and putting new taillights in it. But after that, the front suspension got ripped out from underneath the car because I couldn't buy parts, and that was a year ago. So, boop, car's on jack stands. Hasn't changed at all.
Yeah, my Mustang is currently in that similar state. It's up on jack stands, no rear end, no interior, no nothing. Windows are out, well, all but the front window. Doors are off. It's ready to start getting peeled apart. And I haven't lost interest. I just don't want to be in the garage in the summertime. I've literally, if you watch my videos, I haven't done one garage video all summer. It's been too freaking nice up until the last like 2-3 weeks. It's been really nice outside.
Yeah, like Big Block said, it's a future project. It's a project that definitely needs to get done. I feel bad about stopping it, but due to the costs and societal changes of this year, yeah, I'm not spending $3,200 on front suspension right now.
Holy shit. Are you upgrading?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's getting all tubular upper and lower control arms, adjustable coilover shocks, disc brakes, new rack and pinion.
What's going on, 113? Nice.
Yeah, if you didn't know, Wasted Talent Fabrication is currently a Dozer channel. He doesn't do cars anymore.
Yes, that's what I've seen.
it's working out. So, you got to go with what the people want.
I want my channel to ultimately kind of be like Diesel Creek, where I can branch off and do a lot of different stuff and people will still watch.
You want a vlog channel.
I guess if that's what that's called, then yeah.
Yep. And that's what everybody wants. But the problem is people have to love you to want to just watch a vlog. And that's the problem I feel with car content is people watch car content because they love the cars. So if you get some diehard Falcon guys, they're going to watch all your videos because they love Falcons. Now, somehow you have to translate that love of Falcons to the love of Grady. And that's how you keep those people on your Nest project that's not a Falcon. Or you have to be a guy that just continuously builds Falcons.
Yeah.
That's my biggest issue with car content. It's so directive on what people want to see, not so much the person presenting it.
Yeah. I've got so many different projects that
you have more than one project.
I do. Not as many as you.
I do have too many projects.
Not even as close.
I buy projects to fill the space in between projects that aren't getting done.
I'm glad that. So I've set a deadline. I think we talked about this last week. I set the deadline for the Falcon that I need to have it up and running for that show, that car show coming up in September. And it's kind of nice that I have that kind of push because it gets me up every day and gets me going every day on it. As opposed to, I got to make a video, so I'll do something to it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Man, the chat went hopping for a second. Oh.
And we were actually talking about 815 getting into that Ranger race, and he's messaging me right now asking if I got Rangers.
And you said you do?
Yeah. Well, the problem is, though, so we got 4 Rangers sitting around. One of them's wrecked, but it's really low mileage, and it's going to get fixed. One of them's really nice, and the two-wheel drive one's really nice. But we have a parts one that we're stealing all the parts off of it for the wrecked one. So really, that one wouldn't be a bad deal to get rid of, but it's got like 300,000 miles on it. So I don't know how much beating you're going to get on that one. And the only one that's two-wheel drive is a nice one. So I don't know if anybody really runs the four-wheel drive ones.
Hey, I'll be right back. Can you keep this going for like 5 minutes?
Sure.
Hey, guys, ask dude some questions. I'll be right back.
This is Dudes with Questions here. What are we reading down here? We first built my C10 in 1990, so it was just a big box full of Polaroids. That no longer is around. Well, that sucks. That is kind of a problem. Just old Polaroids never held up. Everybody stop commenting. Cool. I'm the best. Thanks, guys. I've been left alone with the keys to the asylum. Oh, 300K, 100,000K miles Ranger's just getting broke in, huh? Oof. What's it like being so famous now? I don't know. Ask your mom. Oh. Tell us a story, dudes. I don't have any stories. What's a good story? Story. Huh. Do you get recognized on the streets? No. Not those mean streets. Let me tell you a story about feeling bad about YouTubing. There's a story. I don't tell people that I YouTube regularly, not locally. And the first time I chose to do that, I told a lady about, yeah, I'm on YouTube. You should go check it out. You know, it's pretty cool. I'm getting pretty big. I'm a pretty important guy. And she said, yeah, my husband does that too. And I said, oh, what's his channel? And she says, oh, go check it out. It's called Galactic Armory. He's a big nerd. And he makes cosplay outfits that he 3D prints, like stormtrooper stuff and giant Halo armor and 3D printed guns. Yeah, he has like 200,000 subscribers and does it for a living now. So made me feel very small and insignificant. So now I'm sad because I'm not really a YouTuber compared to somebody like that. Good stories have to be led into. So I'll lead into her. Latest projects. Got a wrecked 4.6 liter F-150 dual overhead cam Cobra swap. 05 4x4 regular cab short bed. Axle snapped off right at the hub. Oof. That's no fun. Catching up to those dudes, though. Up to, through. Ha! Yeah, Kyle. Nice truck. What year? Huh? 05. No, it's 05. Okay. I don't know. Somebody give me a topic. I need input. I can't do this by myself. Yeah. What gears did you go to, Big Block? I didn't watch the video where you changed them. Sugar-free gummy bears go. Oh. Sugar-free gummy bears. You. We doing this? Is this what we're doing now? Oh yeah, 308 to 410. Oof. Yeah, I ran 410s and lots of stuff, and I usually only go 373 because 410s just make things break.
All right, you got 14 people up in here with us. What's going on?
I didn't gain people, I'm pretty sure.
Oh. Where's everybody in the chat? My mother asked.
All over the place.
Yeah, we are literally. Well, Donald left, so he was our Australian buddy. Kyle, you're new to the channel, right? I don't think I've seen you in the chats before. If you have, I'm sorry. I don't remember everybody. Dudes, you're out. Where are you?
I'm in. What? What are you asking me?
Where are you located, sir?
I am located in the United States of America.
America. That's all we get from dudes.
America. I'm from the center of America. And if you know about maps like I know about maps, that'd put you right in the middle of Iowa. I'm in Ohio. What part of Ohio, Chef? Ohio is the weirdest state I've ever been to. You want to know why that is?
Why is that?
Because I expected Ohio to be like Iowa. And it technically is just kind of a farm community style rural little city town until you get into Cleveland or Columbus. And then it's like being in Detroit. Like just bad.
Huh.
All these Arkansas people.
Yeah. New Renegade was in Florida. Kyle says that he's kind of new to the channel. Well, welcome. I appreciate you subbing and watching the videos. Honest opinion. What do you think of them? I know they could use help, but I don't know where.
I mean, what you got to do is you got to get like maybe a different guy to do the voice, and maybe like a different person to do the camera stuff. Maybe a bigger house, like some cooler cars, maybe.
A lot cleaner shop.
Yeah, and then like buy a plane. I hear McLarens are good. Like,
okay, all right. I'm writing this all down.
All right, there's my pointers.
Okay. Yeah. So completely different look, act, everything.
Yeah, get right on that. I swear to God, you'll make it big.
Makes sense.
All right.
Somebody asked about the beeping in the background. Can you still hear that?
I can't hear anything.
Well, if anybody can hear the beeping, it's not beeping. It's actually a 3D printer.
Oh,
that's printing stuff.
So if you type in Kyle Alexander, there's a lot of Kyle Alexanders on the old YouTubers.
That's good.
It's not good because I can't find the guy.
Result was not good. Son of local garage is born. In the sticks.
There he is. I found him. Oh, he's got a nice little Ford background up there.
So I'm guessing at this point that Kyle has a channel also.
He does. He's got an OBS Chevy up on there. He got a dirt bike. Got himself a bunch of shorts.
In the plane now? Yeah, me too.
He's got some jellyfishes. 2002 F250Z F6 6-speed manual.
Ooh.
Bang shifting it. Bam.
I'll have to check his channel out.
He's been around for a while. He's got 6 years on this bad boy. 12,000 views on that one video. That's pretty good.
Wow. You got a good amount of subs up in there?
He's got 24.
Nice. We all got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah. The truck stang.
Oh, Kyle's channel right there. Thanks, Renegade.
Ready
to check him out. Somebody explain bang shift. Okay, dudes, do the voice and everything. Explain bang shifting.
Bang shifting. All right, let me find a technical definition.
I want the most technical you can.
Bang shifting. Bang shifting is float shifting or floating gears, also called slip shifting, dead sticking, or bang shifting. It's the process of changing gears in a typical non-synchronized transmission without depressing the clutch. Is that enough definition for you?
Keep speaking.
It's where you just shift instead of clutch shift, clutch shift.
Double shift and not. Yeah.
Bark! Bark, bark! Don't do that.
Don't do it. You'll get Snickers going.
OBS after. What year of OBS, Big Block?
All right, Cal, you're going to get some subs from me here, buddy.
Here's the technique. To upshift, the driver should first bring the engine up to speed. They must then shift to neutral and apply moderate pressure to the gear stick. And when the RPMs are low enough, the shifter will slide into place. The same technique for shifting down is used, except that the accelerator must have some pressure applied to bring the RPMs up to a much higher speed than the gear of the speed wheel. Pros and cons of float shifting can reduce clutch and synchro mesh wear because they are simply not in use, and process of selecting gears may become compromised. Contrary to improper engagement of gear when the engine and transmission speeds are not matched, can cause damage to the gears by physical grinding them together due to differences in speed. Floating shifting also takes longer due to engine RPM needing to decrease, but more rewarding since it requires more skill to accomplish successfully.
All I can hear is
What?
Big Block says 1990 SWB. It's his dad's.
Oh yeah.
Pretty
Mine's
cool
a
truck.
90. Mine's a 91. Is it a stick? It's got a manual in it. Brian, I live in Passaquantaconta River, North Carolina.
Dude, start doing the reviews again. That was hilarious. I wish I drank because that would have been so awesome to listen to drunk.
I'm going to say something weird. Big Block's one of the guys you want to look at and be like, yeah, I bet you live in your neighbor's skin. Oh, sorry.
Wow. That got mean.
Only mean to the neighbor.
Thanks, Cletus. That's what I was thinking.
I haven't used these in forever.
I see that.
Hey! Where did you get those clothes? At the toilet store?
No.
No, I know you don't like him.
Doo-doo. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Well, there's some longer ones in here for this gummy bear review.
Oh no. Anybody want to hear dudes do reviews? I do. Brittany does.
I do.
You actually heard her?
Yeah, I heard her. Was I not supposed to hear her?
She's way out in the living room.
Well, I heard her. I generally drive sticks like that, clutch off the line, and that's regular driving. Probably shouldn't admit I do the same with customer cars at the shop. That's how you know they're good. If they can't take it and you break it, they weren't a good tranny. People never want me to test drive a car. I'm going to beat the snot out of that thing.
I can picture it. I really can.
I had a buddy bring an S10 over to me one time. It's the first time he's ever had me look at a vehicle for him. And I said, let's go drive it. And I go whipping down the street, and I throw her sideways around a corner. And he's like, oh, my God, we're going to break this thing. I said, yeah, that's kind of the point. And then when we came over the next hill, I said, brakes don't work. And he's like, what? And I said, they don't work at all. Because we kind of went sideways through an intersection.
Oh, hold on.
You broke it. It's broken now. Thanks. God. Jeez. Beep. Up. Up. Yeah, I noticed that too, 113. That calendar photo is maybe old. Are we still muted? Is this still happening? Is there still dogs going on in the background? I mean... No! At this point, maybe you need less dogs. That's all I'm saying.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
Well, you know, gotta be something in life.
Less dogs. That's not very nice. They stop eventually.
I think I have seen it in the background before, Big Block. I think it might have been in your video when you were pointing out all the trees that had fallen down from an ice storm or something. Change the calendar while you wait.
Listen,
How many people are in here?
we got 12, but I can't change it because my last live, Cletus says that I was going to miss his month completely. Shut up! So now I have to keep it up for a while.
Well, you know, she told me I had to keep it up for a while too, but I showed her.
That's what she said.
All right, I'm done.
Yeah, I actually had a buddy that brought me over a brand new Challenger and said, "Man, you want to drive my car?" And I'm like, "I don't know if we're going to be friends anymore when I'm done." And he's like, "Ah, you won't be that mean to it." He's like, "I've owned it. It's got 20,000 miles on it. I've never even done a burnout." And I'm like, "Well, we need to solve that problem." Yeah, he never let me drive that car afterwards. And to tell you the truth, an SRT8 Challenger was not all that impressive.
I had a buddy who used to bring over almost 10:30. He used to bring his cars over when he'd get one. And then he doesn't anymore. I didn't think I was that hard on him. The suspension, maybe.
Dun.
First 100 miles owning. Oh, we got 12 people in here. We got questions or anything for anybody? I don't really want to cut it yet. I really need the watch hours, so.
Yeah, I kind of figured that's why we were still here. But dump.
I only have, as of the other day, I only needed 177 more.
You're way ahead of me. I need all of them still.
Listen, I feel bad for you a little bit.
You shouldn't. It's okay.
Just a hair, though. I really think that if you put more content up, you're going to start gaining ground. Not shorts, though.
I'm going to run the shorts into the ground. That's happening. So run them into the ground. Let them die.
Well, aren't they ending at the end of the year anyhow?
I don't know. So, yeah, there's something to be said about that because they said by October they're going to be doing something different, hopefully. So
what are they going to do?
I don't know. It's going to be like its own separate app, or it's going to be better integrated. I don't know. I could just read comments off my videos. My wife and I have an 89 and an 86 Suburban. The original dimmer was garbage.
What are you reading?
My own comments on my own videos.
Oh.
These comments are just shitty comments. Most of them are just dumb. But, you know, there's some good people in here, so.
Yeah.
Baraka.
I never got to ask everybody because I haven't been doing lives this summer, and I'm sure people have seen it. But what do y'all think of the new tattoo?
I mean, it's a really bad pictation of a dog, if that's what you're asking.
It's not a dog, man. This one's the dog.
Oh, that's the dog. I'm just like, jeez. What happened to that dog tattoo? It looks like a horse.
I got two this summer. I had a buddy that was able to do them.
Oh, yeah?
You have 4,000 watch hours. How many subs?
Esco, my Coyote at 7,500 RPM is nice, but it's an auto. So I have a question for Mustang owners like Big Block. Is the automatic, I'm going to assume here, the automatic is going to be a faster car generally than the stick, correct? There's a lot of electronic stuff going on with the automatic. that actually is good, right?
What year are you talking?
Oh,
You talking
new, like a new
new,
Mustang.
new? Yeah, I wouldn't know that now. All by your old.
I would assume with all that new technology, it's probably beneficial just to be automatic.
I would imagine.
Yeah, they got way more speeds. There's probably so much more traction control, there's limiters, etc. It's probably nothing to blow the tires off that car.
So the white Mustang I have, the 01, is a 3.8.
I'm sorry.
I know. Last year, I swapped out the 3.8 for another 3.8, a lot less miles, and it had a 5-speed behind it.
All right.
I know how to do burnout. This car won't do it. Just will not break them free. But I could do it when it was an automatic. I'm wondering, is there a difference in the rear end for the standard to the automatic?
So that wouldn't make much difference. You should have a lower first gear in the manual. So I wouldn't know why it wouldn't have more ability to burn out. If
the worst thing is that my tires are bald, it won't do it. It is embarrassing.
I don't know what's wrong with that motor then. Like you say, it runs better, but obviously it's
motor runs beautiful. No problems with it at all. Never a hiccup. Nothing.
I would ask the question if the motor has some less performance-y to it. Because in my mind, if you can dump the clutch and you can stand on the brake and it has a low first gear than a standard automatic, it should break the tires free with a manual easier.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had cars that are complete pieces of shit that could blow the tires off it. And
yeah.
Now I have this car that won't even do it, which it's not the whole purpose of the car to me. You know, I didn't even want this thing when I first got it.
3.15 gears. Is that the final gear ratio on a new Mustang?
Is it?
Or is it? That is high.
Oh, Kyle's got Fox bodies too?
Yeah, he's a big Ford guy.
Yeah, we can be friends. Have you checked out my other Ford videos, Kyle? Are you just watching current videos right now? That's what I always wonder when new subscribers come in. Do they go back and watch the old stuff, or are they just current?
Nobody does that.
Nobody watches old stuff?
Nobody does that.
I do that.
I keep telling you, you're only one guy, man.
I can't be the only one that goes back and watches old stuff.
I don't think it's a thing.
It has to be.
Well, if those videos get suggested, they're going to get watched. Okay. So here's something I learned about YouTube and why it's important to know. When you ever make videos that are a multi-part series, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's only going to suggest certain videos within that 5. And the problem is, if YouTube suggests number 4 very heavily, and everybody watches number 4, and then potentially watches number 5, they're not going to go back and watch 1 through 3. They're just not.
I guess I am only one person then, because I will.
All right, well. Oh, man, this guy's super just... If you are compulsive about such things, and I was there, was no way with stock parts anyway to line up rotating hideaway headlight grille and rest of grille. The design was just flawed and garbage. I considered trying to remake the headlight covers, but it's caused me to lose interest. I do not care for cougars. That's a hurtful comment, Bill. Oh, here's a guy that wants to call me wrong. The extra length in the wheelbase was not meant for extra footroom. It was done so that the Cougar would actually fit the category of muscle car rather than pony car, and the Cougar is the Mustang's hotter younger sister. Well, that may be true, but the extra length in the car gave extra foot room, so double right.
Brittany.
I didn't know wheelbase dictated pony car versus muscle car. I thought it was weight.
I hate local news. I hate news in general.
Platform is defining distinctive between a pony car and a muscle car. Pony cars had more compact size with unibody construction. Muscle cars were mid to full-size cars with full frames. So technically, Dodges weren't muscle cars if they were a unibody. Oh, there it is right there. Anything under 110-inch wheelbase or under was a pony car.
Hey, I'm proving you wrong right here. Brian says he watches old ones.
All right, man. There's two guys.
There's two guys. There's got to be more.
1967 Cougar wheelbase. 111 inches. Well, that guy's right. It's 1 inch longer than 110, making it a muscle car instead of a pony car.
Ugh.
See, you learn something from people right there.
Occasionally.
Yep.
Wow, they're doing fireworks late tonight.
Why are they doing fireworks at all?
So Brittany's dad, which is Bob, took my son and my brother down to a game. I think it's in Manchester, and they do fireworks, I guess, on Thursday evenings after the game. They're still down there. Dude has no idea what to say.
What?
What?
Sorry, I was commenting back to the people of the internet.
Thanks for coming in, 113. Appreciate the watch time. Yeah, I kind of like to do a coyote swap through that in my 66. That would be pretty cool. That would definitely be pretty cool. I got a question for everybody. And I know I've talked about this before, but something has arisen where I could get this car now. My high school car was a Cavalier. I know, blah, 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 whatever.
I know.
But I loved that car. And everybody knows that they would love to go back to their first love, their first car. And that was honestly my first love of cars.
I want to go back to my dad's first car. You're wrong.
You see, okay, well, everybody has a car they would love to go back to, I'm sure.
No.
And this just happens to be because a lot of fond memories, a lot of crap happened in that car. I had it till I was 21. 16 to 21, that's quite a long time. So I would love to find another one and be able to do what I wanted to back then, which is pretty simple. I just wanted to throw a 350 in it with a 5-speed behind it.
Yeah.
And just make it super clean. What?
That's, what the better idea. So what year are we talking, Cavalier?
93 was my car. So
you take a 93, you pull, I think the subframe out of like an Alero that'll take on a 3.8, and they will fit underneath those. And then you take a supercharged engine out of like a Grand Prix. You match it up with the 5-speed. They did make a decent one out of like a Z11 Lumina or something. And you match that together with a supercharged 3.8. You put a different pulley on it. You put some exhaust on it. You can make about 310 horsepower. That's just as much power you're going to make with a 350. And you just leave it front wheel drive with a 5-speed, and it'll look stock and it'll be fast. And you can buy all those parts from a junkyard.
I think the
You're talking about a lot of work, and at the end of the day, you still own a Cavalier.
Oh yeah, I absolutely know that. That's not. I don't even care. I don't even care at all. You know, it's just like the Ricers with all the Honda Civics. I don't care. They're into vehicles. That's cool.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna go to all that work, put like a Ford 302 in it then.
That would piss off a lot of people.
Yeah, and you have to do all of it custom, so you might as well make it something you have lying around versus trying to go get a different motor.
I don't have a 302. No, I have a 5.4 sitting in the backyard.
There you go, 5.4 it up.
Yeah.
Go with what you have if you're going to go full custom.
And I think you can put a T5 behind those, can't you?
Yes, because
5
they're a modular motor and you can get them from Mustang.
Yeah. I think I have. No, I only have one T5 right now. Well, the car I'm looking at is a 90, and it's originally a Z24. It's fairly clean. Obviously, it's going to have some rot, but it's a pretty clean car. The only problem is that it's red and it's not the blue that mine was. I'd have to change that.
Oh my
I don't know. It's just one of those things that would be really cool in my 30s to have, you know?
Yeah. See, Kyle Alexander down there, he's all like, let's LS swap it. Because you could. But the problem with those ones is you'd have to wide body it because that 5.3 and that 4 T60E that comes in an Impala SS or a GXP, it's a lot wider than those old Cavaliers are.
They make a wide body kit for them. I know they do.
That would be option B. Wide body kit it and then swap it with like a Pontiac GXP or an Impala SS or even the Bonneville. They all made them with those front wheel drives. Problem with that thing is, though, is those transmissions weren't very good.
I blew my clutch several times. I also had the Iron Duke.
How did you blow your clutch with an Iron Duke?
Oh my god, dude! So twice I blew it. The first one, it was going but wasn't totally gone, so I'm counting that. But then I put a center force dual friction in it, and it was gone in less than 50,000. It was bad.
Dual force probably isn't built to go that many miles.
What's that?
They probably aren't built to go that many miles. They're probably, I mean, was it like a racing clutch?
Yeah, it was. I don't remember what stage it was, but I know it was a dual force clutch.
Yep, and it's better clutch, but reliability and longevity goes out the window with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I learned that one. That was I think it was the first clutch that I ever replaced. Was that in that car?
That sounds awful.
Oh, it was not great. And then the computer shit out on it when I was living in Vermont. And my buddy come up to visit, and we used to, be kids and stupid. And he's like, I bet you I can catch you on your own back roads. I'm like, I bet you can't. I drove that car so hard on those back roads. And then I got onto a, kind of a highway, right. And she just... Bleh.
See, Kyle Alexander said it right there, and that was the biggest problem with those transmissions, is they put that same tranny behind smaller motors, and they should have beefed it up a lot more, and they didn't. The 5.3 was too much for them.
What transmission? The 4
T60E, yeah.
I'm not a big Chevy guy, so you got to walk me through some of those things.
Yeah, because I used to do supercharged Pontiacs, Bonnevilles, did a Riviera, did a couple Regals, and you could get a lot out of those cars, but the transmission was always the weakest link.
Oh, 3.1, 3.3.
I trashed so many transmissions.
Really?
Yep.
I had a lot of motor issues with those cars, at least from a mechanic's point of view. I didn't have a lot of transmission issues with them.
Oh, you gave them any power, it just chewed trannies up.
Oh, yeah.
Thing about those is like those front wheel drive cars get really good traction due to weight on the front end. So like if you just beat on them from a dead stop, you'd chew up transmissions. If you did it from a roll, it wasn't that bad. But I mean, I had way too much money into a Buick Regal with a supercharged 3.8, and it was putting out right at about 410 horsepower with front wheels.
Jeez. I wouldn't mind finding. Let's see, I would have been a '93 also. Oldsmobile Cutlass Sierra. I wouldn't mind finding a nice clean one of those. I love the way those cars ride.
What?
Yeah,
What year?
'93.
No, we just junked one of those. We got it
I
for
love it.
$900, and the fuel pump went out. We went not worth the fuel pump and junked it.
Oh, those are so easy to do.
Not worth the fuel pump.
Good cars.
No. Those cars were
told-
like free back in the day. You could get them for like $200.
Yeah. So at one point in time, I bought one literally for 5 family members. So our yard was full of them, and they were all great cars.
I would never say they were great cars. You could beat the crap out of them. They just keep going, but they never did anything great. They just went. I mean,
yeah, that's so where I'm from. That's good. we really poor folk, man. When you had a car that could just go and it never needed anything.
Yeah, we had a Pontiac 6000. We had 2 Celebrities. We had Cavaliers. Yeah, we had a lot of those little fucking. We had an Oldsmobile, the Oldsmobile Sienna. We had a whatever one came with the quad 4. It was a Oldsmobile something, Calais or something, and that was a 2-door version. It's like Calais.
Was it the round things?
No, it was. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's a Oldsmobile Cutlass Calais quad 4-cylinder.
Guess I don't remember those.
Yeah, they were 2 doors, and they were smaller than they were like the Cavalierish version of an Oldsmobile. Kind of like a Beretta Oldsmobile version.
Oh, I love Berettas.
And we had one of those too, and we had a Citation.
Yeah, my mother had a '95 Beretta, I think.
I don't know.
I think it was a '95, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, they were still making Berettas in '95.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think because she had that when my parents split, and they split in '96. So
Beretta Z26.
My uncle came up from South Carolina in a Beretta probably about 15, 20 years ago. And this car was so stupid clean. He came up for Christmas that year, and I remember it snowed on Christmas, and he was at the car wash cleaning it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Beretta.
79 Fairmont 2-door.
They actually made a high-performance version of the Beretta. Yeah, GTZ.
Illumina, you mean?
No, they made a Beretta GTZ.
Never heard of it.
Yep.
That's kind of cool, Brian. You see stuff like that, take pictures and send it to me. I'll put them on the lives.
Yep, it used the double overhead cam 2.3 engine, built strong to run 7,200 RPM.
Chef, how many cars do you have?
A lot. Oh, GTZ made 180 horsepower out of a quad 4.
You said Citation?
Yeah, never seen a Citation?
I don't think so. But
Yeah,
Brian's saying his wife got it as a 78.
They made a lot of different years of Citation. I think they made it what is it called, a Z55? I don't remember what the weirdo names were on some of those.
GTCs. I don't remember the GTZs. Over 60. How many you got, dudes?
I'm only like X11. There's what I was looking for. Citation X11. That was a 2-door Citation with a 2.8 liter. I've always wanted one of those. I thought they were cool.
If I could, I would probably have every car that I ever thought was cool.
Well, I mean, if I was into like worthless cars that I think were cool, that's what I would get.
Well, I mean, yeah, you got to have the worthless ones.
There you go. That is a Citation X11 right there. I sent it to you.
Oh, gosh, I can't stop yawning.
She was a 2-door hatchback. She was awesome. I wonder what one of those cars are worth now.
Okay. Yeah, that's not bad looking.
Well, it's just of its era. Oh, dang. They're worth like $8,000 now.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not going to ever own one of those. Gotta be cheaper than that somewhere. $7,100. Jeez. Here's one for $6,000.
I mean,
I could get this one for $6,000 in Tennessee.
I mean,
That's a pretty clean one.
I don't know, dudes. So my big thing is I take the shit and I make it not so shitty.
Okay.
And I make it so I can run it. That's how I afford them.
Sometimes it's cheaper just to buy good ones.
If you save the money, yeah, but I'm impatient.
Here, I'll send you this one. Boop. That one's got the hood scoop and everything.
Yeah, what they call the Lumina?
It was like a Z something.
I thought it was a Z28.
No, it was Z26. Z28 was only the Camaro.
Oh, that's pretty cool looking. I'd rock that.
For an 80s car.
Yeah.
Now, same platform swap. You can take that thing and you can put a 3800 supercharged or even a turbo, put a 5-speed in it, beef up the front suspension and axles, and boom, have 400 horsepower 2-door X11 Citation. Kicking ass and taking names. Yeah, Z24. I think he's right on that one, Z24.
Trying to find.
Just look up Lumina. Lumina Z24s came with 5 speeds. That was their big deal.
No, I was trying to find. This car because I used to own one of these. It was pretty cool.
Oh, it's a Z34. Sorry, it says Lumina Z34.
34. That's what they were.
Yeah, I couldn't.
So that's a Plymouth Turismo, and I owned one when I was a lot younger. I liked it. It was pretty cool. I have a picture of it somewhere.
See, that's pretty much a Citation. Those were rear-wheel drive, though, weren't they?
The Turismo was not. It was a front-wheel drive.
Didn't they make something that looked just like that was rear-wheel drive?
It was probably the Daytona.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah, they made a Daytona, and then they made a Shelby Daytona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought those were rear-wheel drive.
This one, I'm pretty sure was front.
Oh, that one probably was.
It had to be.
There was a very similar-looking car.
Yeah. I think the one car that I wish I would have kept, it was 87 Nissan 200SX SE. That was pretty cool. That had the slanted 6, 5-speed. It was a really cool car. Stupid fast.
You want to hear a funny one that I always thought was hilarious? Chrysler the Barons. Okay. Like you ever watch Freddy Got Fingered?
Yep, I know LeBarons.
Yep. Chrysler the Baron. Did you know Maserati made that same car and put Maserati badges on it?
I can believe that.
Yeah, it was a Chrysler LeBaron. They rebadged as a Maserati. I don't remember the model number, but it's literally a Chrysler LeBaron with like fancier interior and a turbo.
Huh.
And they're like, Maserati. Like, yeah, that's not a Maserati, bud.
It's like Toyota and Lexus being Lexus is just the upgraded model. It's like, what? Doesn't make any sense. Ford did the same thing with Lincoln.
Right there. Here we go. Here's a picture of one. because
So never heard
Maserati.
Kyle, which one are you talking about? Which car
Yeah.
are you talking about?
It was a Chrysler TC by Maserati. There you go. And it was a damn LeBaron with fancy shit. And it had Maserati badges and everything. I saw one at a car show, and it was like, whoa. And I was like, that's dumb.
Who owns Chrysler right now?
Fiat.
So Fiat got rid of Jeep. That's Star something, right?
I think they're still all a division of Fiat, aren't they?
I could have sworn that Jeep was sold to somebody else.
It says Fiat Chrysler Automobiles. So Jeep is owned. Jeep owner. Stellantis? What the hell?
Is the logo a star?
Jeep is an American automobile marque known by its multinational corporation, Stellantis. Jeep has been part of Chrysler since 1987, when Chrysler acquired the Jeep brand along with the remaining assets from its previous owner, American Motor Corporation. So I'm pretty sure Stellantis is just some derivative of Chrysler.
Huh. Oh.
Yeah, so see your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat Vehicle Informational Center. So they're all divisions of some Chrysler Fiat entity.
So many stupid makers.
Well, and they all try to fake it, so like, don't know.
Yeah, I'm something else.
Fiat Chrysler. There it is.
Dodge is owned by its own thing.
So here you go. The Chrysler brand. The Chrysler brand of Fiat Chrysler, which has merged with parent company Pagotto brand in 2021 to create a new company called Stellantis. Brands under the Fiat Chrysler umbrella include Chrysler, Dodge, Fiat, Fiat Professional, Jeep, Ram, Alfa Romeo, Abarth, Lancia, and Maserati.
Alfa Romeo.
Alfa Romeo. I don't know how to pronounce this. Abarth. Abarthe? Lancia.
I have no idea.
Words that make sound weird.
Words.
Chrysler Group LLC owns the Jeep. Here's a good one. Well, it's kind of like when Chrysler owned, what was it? Who made the Eagle? Mitsubishi?
Eagle. I was thinking AMC.
Oh yeah, yes. There was an Eagle by AMC, but there was also an Eagle by Mitsubishi. So the Eagle Talon. There you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So all those cars were owned by Chrysler, which was Mitsubishi. That's where you got your Dodge Stealth, because the Dodge Stealth was a Mitsubishi 3000 GT.
Oh, shut up.
Beep. Bum, 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 bum. Dog bark. So technically, nothing Chrysler, Dodge, Fiat is American made at this point. It's all owned by a foreign company.
Yeah, they probably get tax breaks because of it.
So we can legitimately say it's the big two now, Ford and Chevy.
It's true. Ford is not taking a handout that I'm aware of.
They took a loan.
They did?
Yeah. I like when everybody says, Ford never took a handout from the government. They didn't. They didn't take just direct free money, but they did take a large loan that they paid back.
Huh.
Yeah.
I was unaware of that, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, still better than just taking money.
Right. Really?
Really what?
Well, yeah, I mean, I can imagine that. The Lexus is probably just higher trim levels. I think that's all it is anyhow, because what is that? Not a RAV. But
see,
what the hell's the Toyota version of a Lexus?
Did it?
I
don't know.
I don't know.
Toyota version of a Lexus?
Yeah.
No idea.
I can't even think. My brain's going.
So here's the facts. More than a decade after the last economic crisis, Ford Motor Company is still paying down its fat government loan created by the Congress at the state of the Great Recession to aid automakers with factory projects. They did not take a bailout, but they did take a $6 billion government loan.
It is different.
It is. They are paying back the government. None of the rest of the big car companies paid back anybody.
Yeah.
So I still am behind Ford on that matter. But when everybody says, well, Ford never took a bailout, they didn't. But they still did take a loan.
Yeah. Well, dudes, I think I'm all talked out for the night. 4 hours.
I got to edit a bunch of video anyway.
Yeah, I'm not going to finish mine tonight.
See what you did to me? I blame this on you.
Yeah, whatever. You enjoy it. You know it.
I'm just really bored, man.
Just really bored. I do appreciate everybody coming in. This is I didn't know I was going to be doing this tonight, and I wasn't planning on it. Go back, watch my old videos. Give me some watch hours, guys. I only need a little bit more to go.
Yeah.
And I can start getting paid a little bit for what I do.
Who the heck is Buck Does It?
Buck Does It? I don't know.
I'm getting all these people that want to follow me now, and I don't know who they are.
Well, I mean, what do you expect?
I guess this guy's name is Buck.
You as well there, Mr. Shade Tree. Nice seeing you. I don't know if we'll be doing another live next week.
Oh, he's in
I don't really know. I'm on a mad dash. If it wasn't so stupid hot today, I would have been out working on the Falcon. September 9th, I'm doing a car show. This will actually be my first car show that I'll be entered in ever. So
sweet. That's awesome.
It really is. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm really trying really, really hard. I've got all the pieces. They just need to come together to finish this project. My goal is to get September 1st, somewhere around there. I want this car to be on the road so I can play with it a little bit. You know what I mean? The car show is not very far away. I could push it, but I'd really like to have all the box checked, you know? It's just something about driving into the lot under its own power instead of trailering it there, you know?
Yep.
But, yeah. Go back, watch my videos.
Alrighty.
I really appreciate it. Go watch Dudes, too. He needs to watch ours, too, guys.
Yeah. They'll get there.
No, you will. You've already taken off. You just got to finish taking off.
I've never asked for any of it, so I'm just going to keep doing that.
Yep. But that's going to do it. When do you guys do set schedule?
I got the answer for this. Just ring that bell.
Ring the bell. That's definitely it. Things are weird in the summertime for me. I just have more time. As long as it's not weathering out, I can actually do more than one project, you know, because it's not cold. I usually do a Thursday live at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the winter times. I don't normally do it in the summertime just because I never know if I'll be working on something. I'm set right now, 7 Sunday afternoon, and I'm trying for Thursday afternoon for videos to come out. If there's not a Sunday video, there'll be a Tuesday video. That's kind of like my backup day. But this is real life. You never know. It could be, I don't know. It could be a million different videos a week.
Well, man, I'm going to bounce. So,
all right. I know.
Thanks for having me on.
Here to talk forever, huh?
All right, everybody have a great night.
I appreciate everybody coming in. Thank you very much. Junkerz out.